Okay, we'll call the rec board meeting to order. We will start with roll call. Ashley Castillion,
Here.
Tay Davis present, Mandy Drinkle,
Here.
Daniel Flom excused, Michelle Foley,
Here.
Tommy Tolman, running a little late, Tom Wilson.
Here.
Okay. Now is the time for public comments, if there is anybody. It's the appropriate time for visitors in the audience to be recognized and to speak on items both on the agenda and of general concerns to the patrons of Green River Schools. There will be a limit of 3 minutes for an individual and 5 minutes for a group spokesperson. No speaker shall speak more than twice on any issue. The board is legally obligated to maintain confidentiality concerning district personnel, and therefore matters concerning district personnel will not be discussed. Any visitors or public comments? Oh. And I skipped the Pledge of Allegiance. So we will, no public comments, so we will move to the Pledge of Allegiance. Can I get the softball girls to lead us in the pledge? Right there.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job, guys.
Thanks, girls.
Hey, Tommy.
Okay, we'll move to the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion?
I'll motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Tom, approved by Ashley. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries. Move to 4.01, approval of board minutes for December 9th, 2025. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ashley, or Mandy, second by Ashley. Any discussion? None? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. District goals and leadership activities, nothing at this time. Bid requests, nothing at this time. Other business, 7.01, we'll hear the update on the budget with Katie Harder.
All right. Good evening, Vice Chairman Davis, Superintendent Dr. Cooper, and trustees. This is to give you an idea of where things are currently stand before you hear the grant requests. Please keep in mind that these numbers are estimates based on the most recent information available. Recurring expenditures include the athletic trainer, aquatics operations, activity, supplies, and staff development, as well as the turf field set aside. The activities department will be oh my goodness, I have a lot of big words tonight. Contributing $20,000, half of their $40,000 allocation towards the athletic trainer. The activities department is not going to be making any requests this year and will continue its efforts to pay back the additional funds that were allocated for the scoreboard from last year. Community requests this year total $139,618. There are also a couple of requests to extend grants from the current fiscal year into next fiscal year. The Memorial Park Pathway and Lighting Project through the City of Green River has been delayed, with construction now expected in summer and fall of 2027. and they are requesting an extension of their grant timeline. Additionally, Southwest Wyoming BMX would like to extend their grant and will be later on the agenda to discuss that request. If the board approves the total amount of requests, the fund would dip slightly into the cash reserves. I would also like to note that the current revenue is at 76% of the budgeted amount, which is higher than the 66% we would typically expect after 8 months. So this is good. We will continue to monitor the revenue as the year progresses, though. Okay, at this time, I would like to ask the board for the approval of the Memorial Park Pathway and Lighting Project request at this time, and then the approval of the BMX request later in the agenda. Are there any questions?
No, I will make a motion in a second. Are we just approving the extension for the park
Yes.
at this time and the
Yeah.
BMX later? So I'll motion to approve the extension of the park on the funds that were granted last year.
I'll second.
Motion by Tom, second by Michelle. Any discussion?
And just to clarify, are they doing the lighting this summer and fall or next, or 2027?
Summer and-
2027.
Okay. 2026?
That's a question for Katie. Is that 26 or 20
Oh, 27,
Okay.
okay. So do we have to extend it to,
across?
For 2
We didn't
years.
spend it last year, so the money is there. We're just carrying it over until
We're
the
just-
project is done.
So
Okay.
we'll have to extend it again next year, right?
We'll have to, well, if we extend it
Yeah.
this year, do we have to do it again next year, or?
We can extend it, and then if they have any reimbursement requests, we can do those, and then we can extend whatever's remaining to the following year.
okay, like if they need to prepay for something,
I just
then
want
the
to
money's
make
there.
it clear to the
Okay,
public, we're
yeah.
not taking out of this year's funds.
Right.
That was allocated last year,
Last year.
so we're just carrying it over. Okay.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries. Thank you, Katie. We'll move on to 7.02, consider approval of the City of Green River Parks and Recreation Department request for the 4th session of summer swim lessons presented by Mr. Anderson.
Good evening, Rec Mill board members. I am Jordan Anderson. I am an interim program supervisor for the city. Thank you for the opportunity to present today and for your continued support of the summer swim lesson program in previous years. The Rec Mill funding that the board has provided in the past has allowed us to expand opportunities for youth in our community, and we truly appreciate that investment. The purpose of this project is to provide an additional summer swim lesson session for the Green River community. This supports the board's goal of increasing community participation in recreational programs and maximizing the use of community facilities. Swimming lessons are very popular in Green River. In 2025, our department served 1,140 participants, but we had to turn away 65 students because classes were full. Adding a 4th 2-week session would help meet this demand and give more children the opportunity to learn to swim. Over the past 3 summers, Rec Mill funding allowed us to offer this additional 4th session. That session served 153 students in 23, 131 in 2024, and 117 in 2025. Without that funding, 401 students would not have received swim instruction. Swimming is an important recreational activity in our community. It provides excellent exercise, builds strength, and improves flexibility while remaining low impact on the body. Because Green River is surrounded by water and the Green River runs directly through our community, it is especially important that residents have opportunities to learn to swim and develop strong water safety skills. Funding this project would allow us to provide more opportunities for residents to learn essential swimming skills and water safety. It would also increase usage of the Green River High School Aquatic Center, ensuring that more members of the community are able to benefit from this valuable facility. Our swim lesson program follows the American Red Cross Learn to Swim curriculum, which teaches progressive swimming skills. The program includes 6 levels, moving participants from basic water comfort and safety to stroke development, stroke improvement, and advanced swimming proficiency. We also offer parent and child aquatics, where parents and young children learn basic water skills together while building comfort and confidence in the water. These programs help participants develop swimming ability, improve safety around water, and encourage lifelong recreation through swimming. Thank you for your time and for your continued support of this program. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So this request is directly for the fourth session edition?
Yes.
Okay. What do the funds actually go to?
It's mostly for our budget of the staff because we do have to make sure there's enough adequate safety instruct trainers and trainers as well as our aides. Sometimes I also do have to buy more life jackets and whatnot by the end, more equipment, because that fourth session, by the time we get there, there's a lot of wear on items. So it's kind of what it covers budget and equipment.
Okay. Is this amount enough to cover all of the staff expenses for the fourth session?
It should be. That's what we used last year. Nothing's changed budget-wise for for our salaries, so it should be the same.
Any other questions? Awesome, thank you. Can I get a motion to approve 7.02, approval of the City of Green River Parks and Recreation Department request for the fourth session of summer swim lessons?
I so move.
Second?
Tommy, second by Tom. Any other discussion?
Essential.
Essential, absolutely. Motion carries. We'll move on to 7.03, consideration of approval of the City of Green River Parks and Rec request for the summer day camp program.
Good evening, Rec Mill board members. My name is Ruth Malagon, and I am one of the Recreation Program Supervisors for Leisure Programs. On behalf of the City of Green River Parks and Recreation Department, we would like to start by thanking you for the many years of support provided to the summer day camp program. Your previous generosity in providing financial support for the program has been appreciated, as the summer program is an essential part for the families in our community. In 2024, we served 173 children ages 5 to 12 over a 10-week program, and last year we reached almost 90 full summer registrations, being our highest yet, serving 121 children over a 7-week program. This year, the summer program will run for 7 weeks, from June 15th through July 31st at Monroe Elementary from 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Registrations are offered for daily, weekly, or full summer options for parents to select from. Our daily registrations can go up to 100 participants in grades junior kinder through 6th grade for the upcoming school year. The summer program provides physical and educational components along with recreational opportunities with self-directed learning while on site. Our students enjoy activities at local parks and facilities, from water days at the splash park to swimming at the recreation center, archery lessons, and agriculture day at the rodeo grounds. The summer program also gives students the opportunity to visit local businesses, including the library, Gigi's Playland, Stellar's, participate in karate and jiu-jitsu classes, and attend the summer movie series in Rock Springs. Visiting these establishments gives students exposure to our community while providing support to our local businesses. Last year, students visited Fort Bridger, which is an annual favorite, Sinks Canyon, and the Loveland Living Planet Aquarium in Salt Lake. Students also visited the local fire department and police stations, which introduces them to our local heroes. Some of the field trips planned for this summer are to the National Dinosaur Museum in Vernal, Utah, South Pass, and the annual Rock Springs Airport Tour, as well as Fort Bridger. With the Rec Mills grant support, this will allow the program to continue providing field trip experiences and partner with the Sweetwater County School District No. 2's Transportation Department in providing the transportation for the program. The program provides a safe recreational and educational place for youth in the summer months while giving life-enriching opportunities to learn about themselves and the world around them. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Vice Chair Davis, point of order. We need to vote on that last motion.
We didn't vote on the last motion. On the 9,542.
For the
And then
Parks and Rec request? Okay. Okay.
We had a motion, and we had
Okay.
a second.
Okay, we're gonna backtrack. This is my first meeting, so bear with me. Okay, we're gonna backtrack to 7.02 real quick. Can I get a,
We had a motion.
we had a motion. All in favor of 7.02?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7.02 carries. Thanks, Tommy.
I'll make a motion to approve Parks and Recreation Summer Day Camp for $20,420.
I second.
Motion by Tom, second by Tommy. Any discussion?
I think this is a great opportunity for our youth in this community. I've had the chance to help with some of this, and the kids love it.
Yeah, you guys do a lot of great things and going on field trips and a lot of opportunities that some of these kids would never have. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we'll move to 7.04. Consider approval of the SWAT Swim Club request for SWAT Swim Club equipment, lending closet, and scholarship program.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Macer. I am the president of SWAT Swim Club's board of directors, and with me is...
I'm Chandra Britton. I'm the treasurer of SWAT Swim Club.
So before we start, I just would like to thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to be here to apply for these funds. Thank you for sitting on this board. I know sometimes that can be a thankless job. But as has already been discussed, swimming is a very important activity in this community. And our city does a fantastic job of providing a learn to swim environment for these kids. And then our club takes it a step further and really develops them as swimmers. Swimming is a lifelong activity, so we're developing swimmers who can take this into the rest of their lives. And as has already been mentioned, it focuses on safety aspect too, since we do literally have a river running through our town and, other natural bodies of water very close. But SWAT Swim Club is the only USA swimming sanctioned club that serves youth in Sweetwater County. Please forgive me, I'm getting over being ill. And so our program provides structured recreational swimming opportunities for children 8 through 18. And lots of our swimmers go on to compete in middle school teams and high school teams in both Rock Springs and Green River. So we're happy to provide that niche in this community. As you know, our application is three-pronged. We asked for funds for a scholarship opportunity so that no child is not able to access the sport of swimming based on financial barriers. And then we asked for some funding to provide equipment for a lending closet so that when kids have a pair of goggles that breaks during practice, or a cap that they forgot at home, or a swimsuit that they can't find anywhere here, had to order online and it won't be here for a week, they aren't missing out on an opportunity to practice because the club would be able to provide some loaner pieces in the interim. We also asked for a portion of it to cover some specified equipment to help with training during our practices. So I'll have Ms. Britton come up and we can talk numbers if you want, if you have any questions, comments.
I have a few questions, but I'm sorry that you're not feeling well.
Oh,
So,
I'm up today, so I'm okay.
bless you for being here and presenting, but, so I just had a couple questions. This is a new program, right, that's going into our pool, is that, we haven't funded this
club.
before. I know this board hasn't funded it.
Yeah, no,
is that right? And I totally agree with you 100%. This is a great program, and I want to totally support it, but I do have some questions.
okay.
So how much, I see Mike Moody sitting in the crowd there. So I just wonder, how much have you coordinated with Mike in terms of the use and when we're going to be there and what we already have? Because everything that's at that pool is funded by this board.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure we're not duplicating things. You know, I don't know that we have to have a separate inventory for every program. Now, do we have stuff that we could use? Mike, do you want to, I'll ask you some questions. I don't want to put you on the spot, but you know, I know that Mike is not fond of public speaking, so you got to face your fears here.
I love public speaking as long as it's out there in a pool and I got a whistle. But first off, I'd like to say that just by chance, Jessica and I had a chance to have a hard conversation this afternoon. I think we worked out some things, and I think we're on a better understanding. So I want that to be out there in front. Number two, I am in full support of the lending closet and the scholarship thing. I think that's fantastic. The equipment item, that's kind of where it's a blurry item, and some of their language in their proposal looks like we are not providing adequate equipment, basic. And I would like to just say, over the years, even working with activities or our head coach Seeloff, my approach was always to provide through my budget this standard basic equipment: fins, kickboards, paddles, pool buoys, any specialty items, which they do have some specialty items on there I do not provide. Did that answer your question?
Well, yeah, yes and no. I guess I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for the board. I'm just saying I really want to support this program and give SWAT everything they need. I just don't want to duplicate things. So we could make a recommendation to fund part of this stuff or not, or just a thought, would it, and I'm speaking for myself, not the board, but would it make more sense to bring this back after you guys have had a chance to put it in writing, what we have, what we don't have, what we need, what we don't need, and everybody be on the same page? Because this board would probably be willing to have a special rec board meeting at some point just to address this, because we want to support this program.
I don't want to speak for you, the club. Is that a possibility to approve the scholarship and the lending? Because the swim caps, the goggles, the swimsuits, I think is a huge important thing. Even our Learn to Swim program, we have a small selection of used swimsuits, so when kids don't have it or families are not able to provide that, we have a small selection for those 4th and 5th graders. So I think the scholarship and the lending closet items, I would be on board with that. As far as the equipment items, some of them, again, are specialty items that I do not provide. I would be.
Jessica, what do you think? I mean, we'll do whatever you guys want to do. Just want to make sure your program is funded, but there's a little confusion, so.
If you wanted us to consult with Mike and put together a different list for equipment, we're happy to do that.
I think that would make the most sense, unless you have to have this stuff right away, but this is reimbursement anyway, so unless you have to have this stuff right away, would it make more sense to just come back, even if we had to have a special rec board meeting?
So it was one of the things that, as a board, we just went to our head coach and said, here's this grant that's available, and here are some ideas we have, and what kind of equipment are you looking for? Especially the equipment that's there is great, and it's the Learn to Swim program. And she just kind of came out with this list that you see in front of you with all the equipment in front of you that was kind of like geared towards the upper level, right? Like our kids who just went to championships, YSI Winter Championships for USA Swimming. So they're a little bit more advanced, you know, shorter fins instead of longer fins, like just different things. So she and I will be honest with you, we do the dry side of the pool. We do the paperwork and we type up the things and we come to speak, and it was really the head coach who kind of gave us that list. If you feel that, you know, that the head coach and Mike Moody should get together and really go through the inventory and go, you know, well, long fins will be fine for you. And she goes, no, they won't. And he goes, yes, they will. And she goes, okay, fine. You know, that's a conversation that can absolutely happen. We are just grateful for anything that we're able to do tonight on the dry side with this grant. So I don't know if that answers your question. We're grateful. We are grateful. And we would happily let our head coach and the aquatic manager hammer out the details on the equipment. That's absolutely fine.
So, I mean, what's the pleasure? of the
I
board?
would agree, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mandy.
I would agree with Tom, full support of the program. Want to make sure we can get you guys what you need, but obviously we don't want to buy stuff that we don't need necessarily, because obviously funds are tight. We want to help as many programs as we can. So I would agree. I would feel better with you guys going back and letting Mike, maybe the head coach talk, go through the inventory, say, okay, yeah, we can use this, we can't. And then come back with, this is exactly what we know we need that they don't supply up there, would be my recommendation.
I think it would make more sense to do this once as opposed to partially fund it now and then have to come back and partially fund something else or take something. I think it'd make more sense that you guys coordinated and come back with one proposal knowing that we're going to support that.
Would that work with your timeline?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. I was just. When would the special board meeting take place?
Well, we have to give a week's notice, is that right?
You could attach it to most any of your upcoming regular board meetings.
What-
So it'd
What's
be-
the notice we'd have to give? A week's notice?
Sunshine laws are 24 hours
24
in
hours.
most states. So, I mean, anything more than 24 hours is usually recommended. And so, yeah, a week's notice would be a
If we
a
did this
generous
right before
notice.
our next board meeting, would that accommodate you?
I think so.
That way this board doesn't have to meet again. We'll just have a 5:45 rec board meeting and
We could, that's not a bad idea. I know Katie's going to make a request later this evening for budget discussion at 5 PM before our next board meeting. That's very important. So we can squeeze it in.
do we
We
give
could-
Katie an extra 15 minutes? Maybe
We could.
do it.
I think it'll be okay. Yeah, it'll be okay.
We could have the proposal in hand well ahead of time.
Yeah, so that can be a 5-minute conversation. Okay, good.
I did have one additional question, just looking at the numbers here. It looks like we got a small discrepancy. I did want to confirm. What is the overall ask on this current request?
Yeah, is it the 4,922? Was there a discrepancy in the numbers?
The front says 4989.
Yeah.
It's amateur hour over here. Sorry.
No, you're totally good.
So 4,989 would be the total ask.
No, 4,922. It's on the budget
Okay,
sheet.
that's where the two numbers are different.
Okay, maybe something to relook at. Sounds like we're coming back to this, but
Would change.
that needs reviewed.
Yeah, I know.
I think
When would you like this resubmitted to you prior to that meeting? Do you have a date?
Would probably just within 2 weeks, I would say. That would give us time to go over it, and then a week to submit the special meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So we make a motion to table that?
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion that we table the SWAT Swim Club request until April.
I'll second.
Motion by Ashley, second by Tom. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Any opposed? Motion to table carries. We will move on to 7.05, consideration for approval of BMX funding extension. I don't see anybody here for that one. Did we want to still discuss tabling those funds?
I believe, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Katie, because I know Heather reached out to me earlier, but I think we had approved them for 50,000 last year.
Yes.
They just barely submitted a receipt for some of it, and so they're asking to carry 35,500 over to next year just because there was some delays and things, and so not additional funding they're asking for.
They're
similar-
asking for an extension on
An
their funds from
extension.
last
I
year.
think they're also applying for another grant,
Yes.
because maybe they didn't get one, but they're applying for a new grant they know
Correct.
about
And we have the funds, Katie, is that right?
to carry it over.
On that approval, we had contingencies on matching funds from last year.
It seems like we did, but I don't.
Do you remember,
for
Katie?
sure.
I think they got denied on that one, and they're resubmitting for a new grant now, I believe.
But the funds from the rec board were contingent on additional grants. Because ours was a match, we said, correct?
I think so, except the part that they used, I believe, was in like a design, so that, but I don't know. So maybe we table them till April and ask someone to come clarify.
So I'll motion to that we move the BMX track to the April meeting, and hopefully they'll show up.
I second.
Motion by Tom, second by Tommy. Any other discussion?
We'll make sure to reach out to Heather, the BMX track applicant, to make sure she knows that a presentation next month would be perfect. And sorry, we keep eating into our hour-long workshop for next board meeting now. We're down to like 35 minutes of time for your budget piece. So.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will move on to 7.06, consider approval of Miracle League of Sweetwater County request.
Good evening, Superintendent and Rec Board members. I would like to thank you once again for this opportunity to come before you and share our baseball league. One of our players is here with us today, and he would like permission to come share our brochures from last year and invitation. Would you like to go hand one of these out to each person over there? Thank you. For those of you that are not familiar with Miracle League, this is our third year, formerly the Challenger League. We have had Challenger League was what started 15 years ago by Mr. Demeray. And we still have some of the same players playing, and it's so exciting to see them come in every year. This year we have a total of 64 players, and we have added cheerleaders this year. So we're super excited about that. We have people have been asking, are you going to do cheerleading for those that don't want baseball? And so we finally were able to do it. We had 4 sign up. So that is just beginning. So 3 years ago, we did start the Miracle League, formerly the Challenger League. And I was searching out for a safe field, inclusive field for our kids with walkers and wheelchairs to play in, because of over the years we've had, some of them get stuck in the dirt, or we've had kids trip and fall and scraping on the dirt. So that's how Mr. Demeray, when I was approaching him about it, and he introduced us to Miracle League. So there's Miracle League, there is 350 throughout the United States. Once I did my research and he showed me, I just fell in love with the organization, was really excited to be a part of it. Last year, we were able to attend All-Stars. So Miracle League has All-Stars throughout the United States. Each All-Star game is at a new location. Wherever there's a Miracle League field, they get invited to be a part of All-Stars. Last year, we were able to take 2 of our players to St. Louis, and we got to tour and have dinner at the St. Louis Cardinal Theater, or not theater, but the football team. And it was a really, really neat experience to be a part of that. So every year we get to be a part of that, and this year we're going to be going to Frisco, Texas for our nationals. So we have 2 of our players that get to be a part of that, and every year we will have 2 new players, so nobody will be able to go twice. Okay, and so through that, though, we have to raise money. We do raise our own funds for that. We also have raised our funds for website that we have developed this year or last year. And we also raised funds also for our Miracle League mascot. So there are lots of fundraisers that we do outside of the rec board and that we have asked for funding. Also, one day we would like to host Miracle League here in Wyoming. We'll be the first Miracle League in the state of Wyoming. And that will bring about 1,000 people to our community. And with 350 leagues with 2 players and their families. And so that would be a great asset to our community too. So that is my long-term goal, and I hope to do that one day. So with that, we are very grateful for these opportunities to be able to support our players through your funds and through the grant, and also add a couple of things this year. So previously, we've always asked for help with uniforms and our hats and socks and shirts, and then our equipment. This last year, we asked for help with insurance, and this year we are asking help for a sound system. We have always borrowed in the past, and we no longer are able to have that opportunity to do that. And so with some research, we wanted to get a really nice sound system for our Miracle League. Any questions?
I'll make a motion to approve the Miracle League uniforms, equipment, and sound system for $5,917.78.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Motion by Tom, second by Michelle. Any other discussion?
Any other discussion?
Donna, I think I said this last year, going and watching, being able to be down there and be a part of it on Saturdays is just something special. Thank you for everything you do.
Oh, thank
Alan,
you.
thank you for getting it started. I can't wait to hear the new sound system.
Oh, me neither. And the cheerleaders. Yeah, but they're going to have their little shirts with the Miracle League logo, so we're excited. Getting that going now. Thank you, guys.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now move on to 7.07, consider approval of the Green River Youth Football League for equipment request. Their president got stuck at work this evening, so he couldn't be here. I would suggest we move it to the April meeting, but Katie might get really mad at me. So I'm just going to read their request letter real quick. And then we will discuss anything or any questions that anybody has. Dear members of Sweetwater County School District Number 2 Recreation Board, on behalf of the Green River Youth Football League Board, we respectfully submit this request for grant funding to support the continued growth and safety of our youth football program. The Green River Youth Football League is a community-based, nonprofit youth recreational organization representing all football players in Sweetwater County School District Number 2, from 4th grade through 6th grade. Our league serves as the foundational program that prepares athletes to advance to Lincoln Middle School and ultimately Green River High School football. This past season demonstrated the strength and promise of our program as our 4th grade all-star team finished the season as undefeated state champions. Their success reflects not only on their dedication and hard work, but also the importance of providing safe equipment and quality infrastructure for our young athletes. As our program continues to grow, maintaining safety and accessibility remains our highest priority. At this time, our most urgent need is the replacement of football helmets. Many of our current helmets have reached the end of their safe and usable lifespan and must be replaced to ensure proper protection for our players. To adequately equip our athletes for the upcoming fall 26 youth football season, we must replace a minimum of 40 helmets. Quality, durable helmets cost approximately $160 apiece, resulting in an estimated expense of $6,400. This investment is essential to protect our players and allow them to participate safely in recreational football. In addition to our helmets, our league is also seeking funding to purchase a storage shed to be installed at the Veterans Park facilities. Currently, we spend nearly $2,000 annually on storage costs for our equipment. A properly sized storage shed, estimated at approximately $4,900, would eliminate this recurring expense and allow us to allocate those funds directly back into our program to benefit our athletes and sustain our league long term. We are committed to keeping participation accessible to all families in our community. Player registration fees already cover essential costs such as jerseys, insurance, and required city facility fees. Our fundraising efforts include raffle ticket sales, help offset the costs of referees, and provide Super Bowl championship rings for our players, an important motivational reward that encourages participation, dedication, and pride in the program. Increasing fees would create financial barriers for families and reduce accessibility for many children who wish to participate. We would ultimately hinder the growth and future success of football in our community. The Green River Youth Football League is more than just a recreational program. It is an essential building block to the development of student athletes within Sweetwater County School District Number 2. Our program fosters teamwork, discipline, physical fitness, and community pride while preparing players to continue their football careers at Lincoln Middle School and ultimately the high school. By investing in our league, the Rec Board would be directly supporting the growth, safety, and development of future Wolves athletes while strengthening recreational opportunities within our district. We respectfully request consideration for grant funding in the amount of up to $10,000 or any portion thereof to assist with the replacement of helmets and the purchase of essential storage equipment. These purchases will be made prior to the start of the fall 26 season to ensure our athletes have safe equipment and proper facilities available. Thank you for your continued support of recreational opportunities for our youth in our district. We sincerely appreciate your consideration and your commitment to helping programs like ours provide meaningful, safe, and enriching experiences for our students. We would be grateful for the opportunity to partner with Sweetwater County School District Number 2 Rec Board in supporting the future of Green River's young athletes. Sincerely, Green River Youth Football League Board.
I got a question regarding this one. So it's up to $10,000. Do we have an estimate on how many helmets there are?
I believe it said a minimum of 40 helmets.
Minimum?
Total in the inventory is asking.
How many total is in the inventory? There's probably, I'd say there's 200 helmets, close to. So I was president of this league for quite a few years and coached in this league for 15 years. Helmets have a lifespan of 10 years on them, so it's kind of a rolling average. It's tough because you have to get in excess of helmets because some years you got kids with extra small heads and some years you got to borrow from the high school. Yeah, I would say there's probably about 200 helmets, and there's typically 120 to 140 kids every year.
I just want to make a recommendation. I'm not sure $3,400 is going to, or $3,600 is going to be enough for an appropriate storage shed. And in addition to that, when I checked with the city, they're not aware of where it's going to go or who's going to put it in. So, but they need it because I know we have no storage with the city, so we need a shed. So I'm gonna make a recommendation, and I'll make a motion to that after we have a discussion, but that we approve the helmet purchase because that's vital, and that the youth football comes back at our April meeting with, with the shed with a plan, and that the city is aware of it, who's gonna install it, who's gonna maintain it, exactly where it's gonna go, because it needs to be there, but I think Katie and Chuck need to be involved in that. That's just my thought. I think we support that. I think they need that shed. They need a place to put their equipment. With that April proposal, I'd ask that they take the total number of helmets and divide it by 10. So come with the purchase of 20 additional helmets, or we buy 20 helmets every year, so we're not in the situation where we gotta buy 40 or 50 helmets, or, so that you just have a rolling inventory and you never get caught in a lawsuit because you got an outdated helmet. So anyway, that's just a thought, so.
I'd agree with Tom. Approve the helmets, come back with a better idea. I know that sheds are going to be more expensive than that, so I think a bigger shed, possibly, with a solid number on what that shed's going to cost, and collaborate with Katie and Chuck.
I'm in full support to move forward with helmets. I think that's something that's needed, it sounds like. But what are we looking at? I'm hearing up to 40. Like,
In their proposal here, they say 40 helmets, they're budgeting 6,400.
okay,
So we would be
just the
approving
6,400?
6,400. Right.
Good with that? You wanna make? So I'll make a motion to approve, the purchase of 40 helmets at approximately $160 for a total of $6,400, and table the shed.
I'll second.
Motion by Tom, second by Ashley. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Talk to me about that afterwards.
Yeah. Okay, we will move on to 7.08, consider approval of Golden Hour Senior Center.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me hold my hand out and say, please. Let me talk a little bit about mobilely challenged people very quickly. In 1911, my mother came to live with me. My mother was in great shape. She could walk 2 miles. She was from farm stock, and I thought that there would be no problems. As she aged, she had a back operation. I realized that people who have mobility challenges often are not with crutches or wheelchairs or any of that stuff. A lot of it could be psychological. My mom had trouble to go from different areas on the Greenbelt because there wasn't any smooth passageways. So for both of the proposals that I'm talking today, I'd like you to have that mindset when you look back on what we're asking for. The Golden Hour Senior Center services our senior population. You're going to ask me how many people are there, and my answer is going to be a bunch. I had it in another grant proposal that I had before. It's almost entirely funded by grants. We get local grants, we get state grants, and we get federal grants. And we're always fundraising. There's the Oktoberfest, there's the Craft Festival, we have a Super Bowl pool, and if you walk into the door, one of the first things that you will see is a basket, and we're raffling raffle tickets off of that because last year we had a net increase in our grants by $66,000. And I expected a bigger deduction from the state legislature this year, but I was surprised that they actually increased senior services. What will happen to our grants, I don't know. What the proposal for the senior center is the front door. Roosevelt School used to be owned by the district, and they put in a handicap access in the back where there's a small parking lot, and they didn't share it with anybody else, and they only had a couple people that really needed that. So where we're at now is a good portion of the people that enter that building every day have problems. The wind blows, it gets icy, and they have problems getting in. The doors are narrow, and they have to be manually operated. When my mother first came in here, what I did is what she did when I went to AJ Elementary School. She drove up, I got out, and I walked in. After a while, I watched my mom walk up, try to open the door, and when she was carrying something, or if it was icy or any of that other kind of stuff, it was difficult. And you don't have to go, you can go there today and you don't have to wait there very long to see where other people are having problems. So basically what happened is a year ago we went out and we asked for ideas on how much it was going to cost to put the sliding doors to where that you just walk in, there's a motion detector and you'd walk in. We got a estimate for $50,000 and I thought we were golden. Then we talked to the county, who has been very generous to us, and we said, well, what do you think of this? And they says, well, we have security problems, and not problems, but issues and concerns to where that we'll go from there. Is it, will it work, maintenance, and all of that other kind of stuff. So what the proposal is in front of you is for $57,000. So what we will do with that is that we'll go out, the county's insisting on doing a bid. We'll find the best doors that we can. We'll make sure that the space between the doors are adequately adjusted for, and then we'll let out the bid. I always kind of hesitate to pad things a little bit, but we put $7,000 on there. And if it's lower than that, it's a reimbursable grant, so that's all you're going to have to pay. If it's more than that, I'm sure that we will find other monies to go forward. It's a need, but as a organization, we're running to catch up with food costs. And we have a very hard time keeping personnel because we can't pay benefits and we can't pay the salaries such as the school district does. So I would respectfully ask that you seriously consider our request.
Any discussion?
Do we have a motion?
Any questions?
So John, this quote is from July of last year, right?
Right.
Do you guys, which is 50,002, do you guys feel pretty confident that the 57 will cover? I mean, because obviously materials changed, costs changed. I just worry that you guys go out for bid and it comes in at 75,000, and then you guys are kind of in a position to where you got to come
It
up with
will
that
be a
estimate.
help me Jesus moment.
Have you talked to anybody since then? Or?
No, we haven't.
Okay.
I have no connection with the construction industry. After we got that bid, other people says, oh, you could have talked to this person or you could have talked to that person. I have no idea. I'll be very honest with you.
Okay.
I'm just a former social studies teacher.
And state legislator.
I have
Any
a
other
question.
Oh,
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Since you said that the county had questions about the security of it, were those alleviated? Are they just worried about the sliding? Like, would they rather a push door and then it opens? Or I just wonder what those concerns are.
When we first brought that up, other people had these grandiose plans that they were going to put a covered porch on there and put the sliding doors on and that kind of stuff. And the county cut our budget $40,000 last year, so they couldn't afford to do that. So they thought that the idea of the handicap doors was dead. They didn't know me, so I kept it going. So, you know, we'll see what it goes. We haven't done a fundraiser specifically for the doors.
Okay.
But if it does come back at $70,000, we'll be doing some fundraising.
Okay.
Any other questions for John?
I got a question for the board. Would there be any concern with this fitting in to the normal funding structure of the rec board?
I don't think so, because it's funding people in our community. They go there to socialize, they have different activities going on, they have exercise activities, I believe.
Yes,
They go
they
there
do.
and I mean, so then they are being active. I think it meets our grant.
We provide nutrition, socialization, education, and I always forget the fourth one. So one of the things I did, and I hope that it made it in your packet, is that I gave you the March newsletter of everything that we do and all the different games and activities and that kind of stuff. So we're a busy place.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
I'll motion to approve the door repair at Golden Hour Senior Citizen Centers not to exceed $57,000.
I'll second it.
Motion by Tom, second by Michelle. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will move on to 7.09, consider approval of Greenbelt Task Force. Welcome back, John.
Thank you. It's been a long time. And you know, and I'm kind of, you know, in limbo because last time I made a presentation, Steve Corr met me at that door and says, only 5 minutes, John, only 5 minutes. I got up here, he says, only 5 minutes, and all the time that I was talking, he was kind of doing this, so. So hopefully I haven't talked too long. This is pretty well straightforward. The Student Council of Green River High School, who has done wonderful things like the dog park, says that we need to have a direct cement pathway to the Green River Rec Center, because when there's an evacuation, that's where people go. And as I put in the grant proposal, the student body, they'll find people who will look at the different proposals and stuff like that, and they'll make the decision that's going there. The other thing about the Green River High School is that they put their money where their mouth is. They've already raised $1,500 for this project to make sure that it's a good project. The other portion of that of this grant is a 51-foot pathway that goes to the Conoco Pipeway pathway. There is a gate at the back of Harrison School, and the students have put a very nice dirt pathway there. And I've been there at least on 2 occasions where you have somebody who's probably genetically linked to me splashing mud on somebody that's going by and that kind of stuff. So that pathway needs to be there so that it's an all-weather facility. The other one is for the Greenbelt itself, and that is to put bike racks at the most frequently used portions of the Greenbelt. We've always promoted the Greenbelt for Transportation Corridor, and if you ever go there, there's a lot of bikes on the road. Now, if you go out to the parking lot right now and you find my my pickup, you can go into it, you can open the door because it isn't locked. Okay? But if I would have ridden my electric bike here, it would have had 2 locks on it. And in my neighborhood, there is at least 2, probably 3 kids that have these e-bikes that are going back and forth. And if they're going to use that as a corridor, they need a place to lock their bike. So that's the whole nature of that proposal.
I'm going to abstain from voting on this since I'm a member of the Greenbelt Task Force, but one of the things that John has put together with in coordination with Darren and Katie is the project from the rec center. Should maybe better explain that, and Alan can agree. When we have an evacuation, our kids that are handicap mobility challenge, I should say, or wheelchair bound, they have to go all the way around the building to get in, which is not a problem in the sunny weather. But to actually get to Safe Haven, we can connect the back of the rec center. We have to cross a ditch to connect it to the green belt, which makes sense. But what's cool about this project is JFC Engineering in Rock Springs has agreed to help the Greenbelt Task Force, the City of Green River, and Green River High School in a collaborative project to design the solution. So we'll put together a team of kids. JFC will do the engineering. It'll just be a great real-world project for them. So it's a pretty cool deal. So, and solves a problem for our handicapped community.
Thank you, Tom.
Any other questions? I'll just say I think it's great that you guys are involving the student body at the high school to collaborate on this. It's good to get them involved on stuff like this. So, can I get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the Greenbelt Task Force for $23,750.
Motion by Ashley, second by Michelle. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. We will move on to 7.10. Consider approval of softball request.
All right. Good evening, Vice Chair Davis, Superintendent Cooper, and Board of Trustees. We are from the Green River Girls Softball Association. It's a rec league here in town. We serve children, girls from 4 to 14, and recently, over the last 3 years, we've had a new board that has taken over. And if you see from our numbers, if you guys go to the next, do I just flip it here? There we go, perfect. If you guys can see, our growth since our board has taken over has been just fabulous. When our board started in 2024, we only had 89 girls registered in the community. And you can see the age divisions that we were able to have. We had 11 teams total. With the help of Mrs. Santif here. Amanda is our fundraising guru. She is amazing. We went from having really limited funds, limited equipment, to being able to fundraise every single year. Every single year, you can see 2024, we raised $17,871 with just a fundraiser, and then we also were able to raise $9,750 in sponsorships. And then in 2025, you can see we had a huge growth, and I really think that is due to the opportunities that we provided for our girls in the league. We started all kinds of things to make the kids more engaged, enjoy the league, and with that, more people have come out and realized how fun our league is and how all the opportunities that we've given the girls. So in 2025, last season, we had 146 girls, which is a huge growth. We were able to have more teams. We had 13 teams, and you can see our raffle fundraising went up, increased. Sponsorships went down a little bit, but the raffle did increase. And truly, when we're looking at our fundraising and sponsorships, we want to reduce the price that our families have to pay in order to play. Softball is an extremely expensive sport. Just one bat can cost $500. And so having lower registration fees and being able to fundraise and find sponsorships to reduce that price, we have reduced our price to just cover the cost of what their uniforms and our insurance is. That is the bare minimum of what we do, or for their registration fees. Everything else, we try to fundraise, find sponsorships so that we can provide opportunities that at no cost to our families. And then this year, so far for 2026, registration ends this week, but so far we are at 156, and I do know of at least 10 other players that still have not registered. So again, since 2024, when our board has taken over, our numbers have significantly increased, which is exciting. We went from the last 2 years only having 2 T-ball teams and 0 8U teams to now having 4 T-ball teams and 3 8U teams, which is exciting because that tells me that our league is just continuing to grow and our younger kids are getting more involved and wanting to stick with it. You can see our other numbers really have maintained. So the girls are not only coming out more, but once they're in the league, they're loving it and they're wanting to stay every year. So some of the things, as we go on, some of the things that we are wanting to request funds for is for additional opportunities for camps and also equipment. Again, equipment for softball is really expensive. We want to we've already purchased actually a pitching mat. We have in the works purchasing a batting mat as well, and that is to maintain the field. If anybody has been on Vet softball field recently, there have been huge holes in the pitching mound and then also the batter's box and catching box. When you have high school softball and you have all these teams constantly using these spaces, those high use areas become like just holes. And the city's done a great job of really trying to work and do that. But again, when you have kids on there every single day, you can't help but dig holes. And so having these pitching mats to be able to cover those areas, and then so when we're practicing, we're not actually digging in the dirt, we are pitching on that mound. That's going to help create it's going to compact the dirt and make it better. But like I said, everything we do, we are trying to raise a significant amount of money every single year, and we want every single penny to go back to our girls. Like I said, through a lot of opportunities and, again, find ways to reduce their registration fees.
Okay, so you look at our great budget that we have up here from our fundraising. How did you, oh, there we go. Okay.
I was going to do that too.
Oh, yeah, you want to do it real quick?
Oh, no, it's okay.
Okay, so where do we spend our money? Something that we've really tried to do is when we realized that we were able to make this much money and be able to buy the equipment that our kids need, is we wanted to give back to our teams. And so what we've really tried to do is we've built a vision where our girls become a family, a community, and it's just something, it's an activity to where all ages come together. We've bought equipment, we've had some camps, we've had these grand opening and closing ceremonies to welcome and to also congratulate the girls and all of their hard work that they've had done over this season. And with some of that money, we were able to purchase, we have barbecues and just lots of fun things for the full family, not just the girls with their teams, but we bring out the whole family. At some of our opening ceremonies, we've been able to, last year we recognized our first responders. Last year, February was kind of a rough year for our community, and so we wanted to give back to them and recognize our first responders for all their hard work last spring. We've also recognized our veterans in the past. And And then our local sponsors, we like to bring out them, kind of introduce them and let people see who helps fund like our uniforms and things like that. We have been able to partner with the high school girls. This is a fantastic opportunity because now we have a softball program in our high school, and with that, we've actually seen it go full circle. We have high school players who are now coaching our young girls, and so it's been it's been really fun to watch them come back because they had so much fun. Danny is a high school softball coach, but watching her and working with her, and these girls have come back because she's made it such a great opportunity for them. With that, we've also been able to do bondings with the girls, and so not only do they just hang out with their team, but they hang out with all the teams, like the 8U all the way up. And let's see, I know we're kind of in a hurry, sorry. Some of the other things that we do, we teach our kids about community service. We've helped out with Miracle League. We have high school kids come in and do community service for our league. And so it's just a really great opportunity. And so a lot of the money that we raise for the softball league itself through our fundraising has gone back to the equipment to keep the cost down and things like that. We've been able to, oh, this is you. No, I'm kind of, sorry. I'm getting ahead.
I would say these are some of the camps that we've been able to bring to our community. As you know, we're a rural community, and a lot of our girls don't understand the opportunities that are out there for them, and we don't always have the same competitive or highly skilled people to run camps or teach lessons out in this area. So we brought in Diamond Training that's out of Utah, and those are all high school college players or college coaches, and they came out and did a camp. This was open to all of, not just Green River, but we had players come from Rock Springs. We had players come from Montana that came out to that camp. And then this last year, this was a really cool opportunity for the girls. We brought out a 3-time Olympic gold medalist. And she is part of the dream team for softball. And we brought her out, and she did a 2-day camp. And then the third day she did she spoke to the girls about perseverance. She had a phenomenal story to share with the girls, and she let every single person wear her gold medals, which was super cool. We all, the adults, I think, fangirled even more than some of the girls. But it was a really cool opportunity for them to see somebody at such a high level that they could aspire to be, and somebody who can really instruct and teach at that level. So that's something that we want to continue to provide, again, bringing those opportunities to Green River that they don't necessarily have otherwise. This summer, some of the things that we're looking at doing is having another camp experience. Kason Korth is a pitcher at BYU. She has a couple friends that are going to be coming out this summer to do a camp with us. We'd like to do a 3-day camp with them, where not only do we do all around skills, so running, hitting, fielding, all of that, but then also specific time to do pitching lessons, catching lessons, specific hitting lessons. So over the course of that, but that does cost money to not only bring out those kind of elite athletes, but then also you're talking travel expenses and things like that. So that's included in that. The other thing that we like to do is, for those of you who are unaware, we have a professional softball team that is now out of Utah. They play at the University of Utah. So the Talons are a professional softball team based out of Utah. And we have an all-star team every year. And we have been able to take just handfuls of girls, we have kind of coordinated different things to go to some of these college games or some of these professional games. We would like to take our entire all-star team to a Talons game, and they provide really cool opportunities. If you go there, the girls get to go on the field. When they introduce the players before the game, they actually get to stand and high five each one of them as they run out on the field, and as well as getting signatures. So it doesn't matter their experience or their skill level. We want everybody to come to our league and find something that they enjoy, that they love, and then those girls who do seek other opportunities, let them know that just because they're from a small community, that they have that opportunity available to them. So, any questions or anything?
No, I just want to thank you for spelling out how you were going to spend the 8,000, because
Yeah.
that was a question that I had. But as I understand it, you have some equipment like pitching mat, batting mat, various equipment pieces, and the camps. Is where
Correct.
this money is going to end up. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and obviously, the money isn't going to cover the total cost of all of those things, but that's where our fundraising will step up and cover the additional costs.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Daniel, what's the registration cost per child?
So we have, for like our our younger players, it's $85 per player, and then for our older players, it's $105.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks, girls. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
I'll let the record note that I'll abstain from this vote.
I'll make a motion to approve the softball request.
Second.
Motion by Ashley, second by Tom. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will skip the superintendent and board comments. Thank you, everybody, for coming out, and thank you for your presentations. Meeting is adjourned. We'll take a 5-minute recess, let everybody filter in, and we'll start our regular board meeting.
We're going to go ahead and get our meeting started. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get our meeting started. We'll start with our roll call. Tate,
Present.
Tom,
Present?
Michelle,
Present.
Ashley here. Dan is excused. Mandy,
Present.
Tommy.
Here.
Thank you. Can I go ahead and we have a lot of wrestlers here. Do you guys mind leading us in the pledge tonight?
For which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So much. All right. First, we'll start with our public comments. Now is the appropriate time for visitors in the audience to be recognized and to speak on items both on the agenda and of general concerns to the patrons of the Green River Schools. There will be a limit of 3 minutes for an individual and 5 minutes for a group spokesperson. No speaker shall speak more than twice on any issue. The board is legally obligated to maintain confidentiality concerning district personnel, and therefore matters concerning district personnel will not be discussed. Do we have anyone?
Hello, my name is Mariah Tusher. I just wanted to come and recognize how amazing my daughter's teacher has been this year, Sydney Ferrer. I do have some comments I would like to leave with you guys for you to read through later, and also note that my contact information is on here, so if anybody would like to call me and discuss this later on, I would appreciate that. And just want to thank you guys for everything that you guys do for our district. It is our first year in the district, but it has been truly amazing. So I thank you guys, and I will leave you with these.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Do we have any other comments? Okay, we will go ahead and move on to recognition for the blood drive and Love Local. Mrs. Kalinsky.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Cooper. Some of my exec board could not make it, but I have Jonathan here with me tonight to talk about Love Local and the blood drive. This is the second year we've done Love Local. It's a joint fundraiser by the student councils of Green River High School and Rock Springs High School. For the last couple of weeks, our students planned events and fundraisers to raise money for the individuals and families in need here in our community. Because of the hard work of students and the generosity of local businesses, schools, and community members, this year's Love Local fundraiser was a great success. Together, we were able to raise $27,061.03 just in that span of time, which is amazing. With that money, we are planning to help pay for quite a few medical bills in our community. We're starting a scholarship program for both schools. We are going to help some local animal shelters, support both of the community's school food banks, help a couple families catch up on bills, and so much more. We are really thankful for the district's support through all of this, and we cannot thank everybody enough for their efforts through Love Local Week. So thank you.
Hi,
you.
I'm Jonathan. Oh, what?
Boss.
Sorry, girl.
You ready?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Hi, I'm Jonathan Myers, and I'm the student body president. The last week of January was the blood drive challenge between us and Rock Springs, where each school gets 2 days to get as much blood donated as they can. It was a close competition, with Rock Springs donating 368 pints and us winning 374 pints. We are grateful for the support with this district and our community to be able to do such amazing things and help us save so many lives. We are also excited to announce that we are the winners of the State Blood Drive Challenge as well, and will get to pick up our trophy at state basketball this upcoming weekend during a halftime of one of our Green River games.
Congratulations and great work. I know you guys put in a lot of hours to organize everything, so thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Well, that's okay. Okay, next we have recognition. Oh, first I'm going to have Tony come up. He has.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Custodian, Superintendent Dr. Cooper, and Board of Trustees.
Before we get our wrestling coaches and wrestlers up here, I think they're coming next. It's my honor and privilege to present to you, the school board, Mr. Clayton Wright. Clayton, if you'll come up here. Clayton is our first year head girls coach. Last year we kind of split off our girls and boys programs, and this year Clayton took complete control of the girls program. And as you know, with the girls wrestling, it's an all class. There's 48 teams. It's all one division right now. And by the way, there's 400 and some girls wrestling 3 years after we started. There was 300 girls wrestling middle school at the Southwest Conference a few weeks ago when we won that. But Clayton was voted by his peers, some 26, 28 teams in the West, as the West Conference Coach of the Year. So it's my honor and privilege to say thank you, Clayton. Adding to that very quickly, my executive assistant, our activities coordinator, Julie, wanted me to make sure that you knew that she loves Clayton. Clayton makes her job very easy. He's extremely organized and one of the greatest getting things done. So Clayton, that's for you from Julie. He's a great coach. His peers respect him. The state respects our girls wrestling program, our female wrestling program. It's come a long way. You'll see that. It's just unbelievable. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, are they coming up? They're coming up.
Yep, they are.
You guys can line up or stand wherever you want. Yep. Thank you, Dr. Cooper. Appreciate you guys having us here today with the board members. I'm proud to recognize the 2025-26 girls wrestling team. What a historic year we had back in February, on February 7th. These girls are the 4A dual state champions. I mean, 5-0. That's going to be very hard to accomplish every year, but I think they can do it as we have a very young team. Something that I'm never going to forget. I mean, we had 2 wrestlers on this team for this dual team. Adia Price, she came back from an injury, had a calf injury, and without her, we wouldn't accomplish that. Last, we're wrestling Cheyenne East, and I grabbed Kaylee Johnson as she's about ready to approach the mat, and she looks me in the eyes, and I say, "You win this match, we're going to be state champions." She said, "I got this, coach." And we won the duel, won the state championship. I'll never forget that the rest of my life. Thank you guys for that. And as we carried that momentum, I mean, we ended up getting 3rd at regionals. I mean, we're seeing those big competitors out there, Pinedale, all that, right? We take 3rd. We finished the year as runner-ups this year, something I was so excited for. We ended up taking 9 girls to state this year. We placed 6 out of 9, which was 1 behind Star Valley, but we're going to change that next year, right? Those 6 individuals that made the podium, I'd like to talk about them. Kaylee Johnson, once again, she took 6th place. It was a hard-fought battle that she fought in that weight class. Congratulations on doing that and bringing back a medal and getting on that podium. The next 3, one of them's not here. They took 5th place. Reagan Bowers, Jocelyn Shantz, and Faith Still. Raise your hand so everybody knows exactly who you are as well. Those 2 are competitors. Joss, it was her first year. She's a junior this year. It was hard to talk her into wrestling and stuff like that, but she did it, and I'm very proud of her. She's probably going to be in that state finals next year, so I'm excited for that as well. Her sister, Peyton, she got 4th place at state, second-year wrestler. She's a freshman this year. She did fantastic. You know, that's the momentum we want to see. As you can see, we have a very young team already. But somebody got to really talk about, you know, our 130-pound state champion, Bianca Mays. I mean, she's the second one in school history to win the state championship. She beat a girl from Pinedale that was a 2-time state champion in that weight class. I mean, it was something we talked about at the beginning of the year, and we accomplished it together. She ended up the season at 36-7 on a 17-match win streak. Congratulations. As you look at every one of these individuals, though, we don't have one senior on this team, so we're going to really carry this momentum forward. The middle school with Flores, you know, is really feeding the program well, so we're going to see some numbers continue to increase. And our goal, obviously, is to knock off Star Valley, so that's what we're going to go out and do. So, thank you, everybody. This is the girls' wrestling team. Support us, and we're gonna definitely get some more plaques, just like we have. If you want to hold that plaque up, that's our runner-up plaque. So, thank you, everybody. Any questions or anything?
Great job.
Great job, and congratulations.
Good job, ladies. Congratulations, Clay.
Thanks, bud.
Hey, let's give Coach Wright another hand, I think. All right, guys, come on up here. Madam Chair, Superintendent Cooper, rest of the board members, thank you for having us. I'd like to talk about this special group of young men here. This is a very special group. I don't know if we've had a wrestling team as close and as tight as this group right here. They really, if you ever watched any of our duels this season, the excitement they had for each other all season long, it was just fantastic. And I just feel really privileged and honored to be part of their small journey through this crazy thing we call life. But a few things about this team. As a team, we placed in the top 4 at every tournament this season, with the exception of the Warrior Classic in Colorado, which is one of the better tournaments in the region. We finished the season with a 3rd place finish at the first annual 4A state duels, narrowly losing to the Thunder Basin High School. We had a runner-up finish at the 4A West Regionals, and we finished 4th place at state tournament. Of course, you guys know as well as I do, we'd like to have a few of those state matches back, but that's kind of part of the sport. It's brutal, not only physically, but mentally. But we couldn't be more proud of this group and the way they competed all season long. At the state tournament, we had kind of a rough second day. It wasn't too bad. We had 7 guys in the semis, but we had kind of a rough second day. That next day, the championship day, out of all the matches, we only lost 2 out of all of our competitors, so they really stepped it up that 3rd day. I want to honor a couple of our all-state wrestlers. So Jeremiah Mushback, would you raise your hand, and Bentley Johnson? Okay. Jeremiah finished the season as a state runner-up. He was a regional champion and received all conference and all state honors. It's kind of special because he battled through a little bit of an injury towards the end of the season, and he just really pulled himself together and finished strong. So we're super proud of you, Jerry. Way to go. Oh, Bentley Johnson, his record this season was 42-4. He only lost 4 matches all season long. He is a 2026 state champion. I'd say long overdue, right? A couple years overdue. He didn't lose him after Vernal, which is the first week of January. He didn't lose another wrestling match, and he just went on a tear. had his head on right the whole season. Really finished strong with the state championship. So good job, Benny. We had 5 other wrestlers finish on the podium this season. Tavin Vendetti, raise your hand. Are you hiding back there? Oh, there you are, Tavin. Good. He wrestled 55 matches this season, 46-9. And then after state, he went up to Sheridan the next weekend and wrestled about 6 or 7 more matches, right? 6, 7? Sorry, that was bad. But this is the 3rd year in a row Tavin's finished 3rd at state. So I'm thinking hopefully by next year we can get you a couple places higher, right? Is that the plan? Good job, Tavin. Weston Green, his record was 35-15 this season. Finished 3rd place at regionals, 3rd place at the state tournament, also 2nd place at Lander. Something special about Weston is he just keeps getting better. Like every match he wrestles, you can see it. And he's technically one of our better wrestlers, but you can just see as the season goes along, the confidence in his eyes and his body language. And towards the end of the season, he was beating guys that were beating him earlier in the season. So good job, Weston. You the man. Couple more wrestlers that aren't here that I'd like to recognize that made the podium. Tim Robinson finished 3rd at the state tournament. He was also regional champion. Jaden Walter, a senior, finished 4th at state and runner-up at regionals. And then our senior Max Sins, soccer practice must be running a little bit long tonight or something. So, listen, Max had 50 wins this season. I don't know if anybody in Green River high school history has had 50 wins in one season. And he only lost 5. He went down and won the Warrior Classic in Colorado. Like I said, is a really big, prestigious tournament in that region. And he beat 2 or 3 state champions in that bracket alone. I know he'd like to have a couple matches back towards the end of the season, but man, he just put together one heck of a season. And same with all the rest of these guys. I couldn't be prouder of you guys. Couldn't be more proud to be working with the coaches that I work with. We are also very heavy on the junior side, so next year we're looking for even bigger and better things. So good job, guys. Thank you for having us.
Thank you and congratulations. Okay, next we'll have recognition of the boys swimming. Coach Seeloff.
Her last hurrah here.
I know. Sad.
There's a lot of wrestlers. That's a
All right. First off, I didn't want to congratulate the wrestling team. It was they did a great job this year, and it was really fun to keep track of the girls this year. So that's awesome. I love that. So anyway, thank you for allowing me to come tonight and talk about the swim team. I have here 6 young gentlemen that were all-state or all-conference this year with our team. We placed 4th this year at state, and we were only about 4 points away from being 3rd, so it was really close, kind of came right down to the very end. But these guys did an amazing job. You know, when they went into conference, they were 3rd, and then to turn around and go to state and end up being 4th and beat the teams that actually had beat them at conference. These guys, they just know how to work hard. They know when it is to, you know, when the time is to show up and be ready to go and to shine, and that's at state. And so I'm just, you know, it's been an awesome time coaching this group of boys this year, and I'm just excited to talk about them. So I'm going to start first off with Colin Lee. He's our freshman. So you can kind of, I'll pull him up. I like to pull him up. So, all right. So Colin was, he earned all conference and all state honors. He was a young gentleman that he's been around the swimming world for a while, but kind of just hanging out a little bit while his sister swam for me. And he came out for middle school swimming, and I conned him into trying it instead of going out for wrestling. Sorry about that, but I took him. And I'm really glad. And we ended up, he ended up qualifying in several events to go to state, and he ended up swimming the 200 medley relay where they were state champions. And it was just really fun. He swam the final leg, the freestyle leg, and the other three boys, they worked their butts off to give him some space so he could finish the race and end up, state champs. And so they did a fantastic job. It was really fun to watch. So he earned all conference honors and all state. And so next year he's gonna be even better. So I'm excited to get to watch him next year. So my next one is Sam Doctor. He's a sophomore. Sam he earned all conference and all state honors, also a member of that relay. He's our backstroke guy. He starts it out. Also part of the 400 freestyle relay that took third. Sam is a 100 butterflyer and 100 backstroker, and he is one of the best in the state. He was a conference champ in the 100 butterfly, second in backstroke. And then at state, he was second in the, did I get that right? Third, sorry. Third in the 100 butterfly, and then fourth, and I got that backwards, didn't I? I did it again. Okay, so he was fourth in the 100 butterfly and third in the 100 backstroke, and he's a sophomore, and he's getting beat by juniors and seniors, and this kid just had some phenomenal time cuts this year in his individual events, and then also on the relays, and so earned all conference, all state, in individual and in relay events, and so did a fantastic job. And he's going to be a force to reckon with in the next couple of years, so really fun. You're welcome. All right, next one is Mitchell Horn. So Mitchell was member of our state winning medley relay. He was all conference. He earned third place in his 50 free and his 100 breaststroke, and then at state he was in the top 6 in his 50 freestyle, and also made the top 12 in his 100, and then just earned all conference and all state in individual, and then also in the medley relay. So did an awesome job for us this year. So, okay. All right, we have Tyler Ballard. Tyler is our diver. He's a junior, and Tyler placed third at conference, earning all conference honors, and did a great job at state. He was just out of 6th place. So he ended up being 7th, but did a great job this year. So we're really proud of his all-conference honors. Good job. I have 2 seniors this year. I have Vance Lariski Adams. And Vance had just an awesome senior year. Ended up placing in the top 6 in his individual events, just out of the all-state and that, but was also part of our 400 freestyle relay that earned all-state honors. But had some phenomenal time cuts, and he does the distance, he does the 200 and the 500, and so he works hard and has to do those long sets, and he really showed up at state and had an awesome state, so we're really proud of him. But all conference and all state, good job. And my last one is Aiden Neer. Aiden is a butterflyer and a 500 freestyler. So, which is kind of an odd combination. They're very close events, but he's very good at them. Does the 100 butterfly, gets out, gets about 10 minutes rest, and then has to race the 500. And that's a pretty tough thing to do. And he went to state, placed in the top 6 in those events, placed in the top 6, and also earned all conference honors in those. And just did a fantastic job. And the second day turned around and cut even more time. And so we're just really proud of what he did, and was part of our state winning medley relay, and also part of the 400 freestyle relays. So I think, did I get it all? Yeah. Okay. All right. So anyway, I want to put out a huge thank you to this awesome group of boys. And I couldn't ask for a better group to finish coaching with. And so I'm just really proud of every single one of them. And Coach Katie, thank you. It's been a ride. So I'm just really proud of all the kids that I coached this year. Thank all of you for allowing me to do what I've got to do for 31 years. So thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you boys, and Coach Seeloff, we will definitely miss you. Okay, next we have donation from Fremont Motors presented to the Nutrition Service Department.
I'm Andy, the sales manager at Fremont Motors. This is Gabe, the general manager, Christine, service manager, and Lila, another service personnel. Every vehicle we sell, we put some money in an account, and then at the end of the year, we split it with School District 1 and 2 to go towards lunches for kids and families that can't afford it. This is the third year, and it's the most that we've done so far, which is $6,000. So we hope to continue to grow it. So each school district will, we're giving $6,000 to go towards that.
Thank you.
Business manager?
Thank you, guys. Can we get a picture with you all too? And thanks for hanging out with us. We got a late start today.
Thank you,
Thank you,
guys.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you're good.
That was nice to stand up for a minute, too.
Yeah. Thank you, guys, and our students will certainly appreciate that. Okay, we are going to move on to Give Me a Buck.
Oh.
Dr. Cooper.
Okay, this is for chamber bucks, if you remember. Let's see who we have here. We have Brenda Lee Lenars. She is a 6th grade Lincoln Middle School teacher. Okay, congratulations. That's one. We have Deanna Harsher McGee, transportation aide. All right, transportation. All right. And Brooke will be reaching out to these individuals to make sure they get their chamber bucks tomorrow.
Perfect.
Thank
Well,
you.
congratulations. All right. I need a motion to approve our agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Mandy,
Second?
second by Tate. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
I'll motion to approve the consent agenda items 4.01 through 4.11.
Okay, moved by Tom,
Second.
second by Mandy. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Going to move it along now. All right.
on.
District goals and leadership. 5.01, discussion and approval of the interest-based negotiation date. I guess it's not really discussion, but we have picked April 22nd to meet with the GREA.
And she's here.
Oh, okay, it is discussion. Sorry.
Mostly it's just information, and I
Okay,
promise I will
perfect.
be quick. I'm not even going to read my speech. We got our authorization. We have 69%, so we are good to go to move forward in interest-based negotiations. And I'm especially pleased to say we have a very wide representation,
Good.
EA, all the way down to elementary transportation, so
Nice.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Well, we look forward to meeting with you, and thanks for putting all of that together for us. Okay, moving on, and that's at what time?
What time is that on the,
5:30,
is
I
it
think.
5:30?
I think it's
Okay, that's what I thought.
5:30.
So at 5:30, unless that changes, we'll let you know. Okay. Next, the legislative forum update.
Yeah, I can give a quick update. Just many of us have been following all the news with the legislative process at the Capitol over the last several weeks. And just to highlight some things, yesterday, final decisions were, I think it was just yesterday, might have been the day before. Anyhow, final decisions around recalibration came out, and the governor made his final decision, actually not to sign, but it kind of ended the whole process of that bit of legislation around recalibration. The reason why this is very important is this has not happened in 15 years. There's been attempts for this to happen. This is how we are funded in public schools. This is our public school funding model in Wyoming. And so it's exciting that we had recalibration passed, and without stealing too much thunder from Katie's presentation later on tonight, I do want to say it comes with strings attached. It is a positive. There's a lot of funding coming into education. It's very channeled. We'll say there's an instructional silo that we have to keep our eyes on and how that's going to affect our budget. It's very controlled how the money's coming into our budget. It's also restrictive on how we spend our reserves. So we're going to talk about some of that later on as well tonight. Also, insurance is something to watch out for. Insurance is another area that will not be as well funded going forward. So positive in that it's a lot of money going into education. Some of the not so positive parts are the restrictions to the local control and some of the other negative factors that are built into the model that will actually pull some money away from what we're currently used to. So pros and cons. At the end, it's a net positive in overall dollars, just a little more prescriptive on how we apply it to our budget. In addition to that, there were several other legislative bills. There's a K-12 literacy bill that was also approved that does actually have an impact on our curriculum instruction assessment department and how we're going to work with our instructional facilitators and our principals, and we're going to support literacy assessment screeners and those types of things for students all the way up through the high school. That's new territory for us. Usually we do a lot of that work in the foundational years, K through 3. We do great work in those foundational years, as you would imagine. Why? Because that's the best chance to catch early reading deficits and literacy needs and make corrections and interventions early on. The idea behind this bill is that you'll catch students even if they come in then in the middle of high school. And they didn't come through our great foundation of elementary going on up, and they come from somewhere else in their 9th grade or 10th grade. We will every year have a screener in place as per this new bill that was just passed into law. And the details of that are still working out, but my point is we're going to do even more assessment and intervention work all the way through all the grades because of that piece of legislation. There are some other pieces of legislation out there, but I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, and a lot of them were smaller and less impactful to education than the first two I mentioned. And Katie's going to talk more in detail about recalibration later on tonight. Thanks.
Okay,
And
thanks.
thank you all for going to the Capitol with me. When was that? A week or two ago. That was a lot of fun. I think 4 of you made it there, and we were able to talk with legislators and have a little bit of impact on some of the decisions being made. And our school board was recognized in the Senate side of the Capitol, which was a lot of fun for everyone. So thank you.
Yeah, does anybody who went have anything else to add?
Oh, it was great to see the process. I mean, you hear about it all the time and you keep up with it from a distance, but to actually be on the floor was a great experience, I thought. And it's a more dubious task than you think from afar. So,
Yeah.
so they have their work cut out.
Yes. Anyone else? Okay, we'll move on. We need to select a date to do our Granger meet and greet, which we usually do this time of year, April. Some tentative dates, so if there's ones that work best or don't work for you, are April, these are dates that don't have conflicts with other school stuff. April 8th, 9th, 21st, or 29th. Do any of those work best? The 21st, some people probably have other board meetings for other boards they're on. Usually Tuesdays are, but.
What was that last date, Ashley?
So the 8th, 9th, 21st, and 29th. We usually go in the evening.
5 or 5:30 or something, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't make the 21st.
The 29th is the only one that'll work for me. So, anybody else supposed to?
Sounds like a
We don't
motion.
have to all go.
Is that a Tuesday? Is
The
that our-
21st
Wednesday.
Okay.
is a Tuesday.
Okay.
The
Does
29th.
anyone else have
The
anything?
29th is fine for me, or the 8th or 9th.
Okay. And you're good with whatever? So let's do, not to leave you out, Tate, but let's just do the 8th or 9th, because most people.
Okay.
So, does anyone care, a Wednesday or a Thursday?
And meet here at 5 o'clock at Central and then drive out
Yeah,
together?
we'll drive out. Yeah, let's do the 8th. Just, does that work?
8th at 5 o'clock?
What time at the school?
We'll probably be out there by 5:30.
Takes 30 minutes,
Okay.
if you want. Does that work for you? Because you're coming straight from Mountain View.
Yeah, I'm not gonna ride with the group.
You don't want to come here first? You can drive to Green.
No.
No one backtrack.
Okay, so we'll do
5:30
here
at
at
Granger.
5, yeah, 5:30 for Granger.
Okay.
And we should check with the principal there that works for them too. Did we already double check that?
We will double check with their principal.
Okay,
Ms.
if the
Bird.
9th works better, just let us know.
Okay.
Or any of those, really, we can make that work. We'll have a
29th.
couple people, or the 29th. Or pick the 29th. Okay,
And what day was negotiations?
the negotiations are the 22nd.
Okay.
So maybe we don't want the 21st, because that's 2 days in a row. Okay. All right, well, let's move on to 6.01. Consider approval of certified retirement requests. Mrs. Covey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Cooper, Superintendent, and Board of Trustees. I am here to ask for your approval of our certified retirement of Darren Heslip as principal at Green River High School. I know he is about 37 years in education, Darren. Yeah, 37 years, which is quite a feat and very honorable when you think a lot of our teachers aren't even that old. But Darren, thank you for your service and your commitment here to not only education, but Green River High School and Sweetwater too. We greatly appreciate that, so thank you, Darren.
Congratulations, buddy.
Congratulations.
Nice.
Wish him the best.
Yes, enjoy retirement. Can I get a motion to approve the retirement request?
I move to approve the retirement request of Darren Heslop.
Moved by Tommy,
Second.
second by Tom. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
You know, you might not realize this, but Darren was once a bus driver too.
Okay, we'll move on to 6.02. Consider approval of certified resignation requests.
We have one resignation, that is Brittany Ryder. She's a second grade teacher at Truman Elementary. Ask for your approval.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Mandy,
Second.
second by Tate. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We'll move on to 7.01, Expedition Academy's presentation.
Or, oh, yeah, I see what you're doing. You're on it.
Yeah.
Good work.
There you go.
I saw
I
him
just
moving. I thought maybe we skipped Logan, but he's up
Oh,
next.
I was
got a
like,
whole-
oh
he's
wait,
got a
is
whole
he
list.
going for yay?
No, eight. He's got like 5 of them. How many section eight?
He's just making himself a short walk. Principal Aubrey.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, Madam Chair, Superintendent Cooper, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity that we have to share out just a little bit about Expedition Academy. First thing I want to do, though, out of all the great things that we were presented with tonight, we did not give a round of applause for Love Local, and that is a huge life-saving thing. So, Ms. Kalinsky. Great job. All those people you got to stick needles in their arms, that's saying something. But to get moving on, Expedition Academy High School, we've been here about the last 26 years, and it's been a proven pathway for at-risk students to be successful. One of the things Dr. Cooper's focused on since he came here was we want to try and help brand Expedition Academy as not where the bad kids go to school. So hence we're up here supporting our collaboration and communication. A lot of our kids, they struggle at Green River High School because it's so big, because they're behind in grades. They struggled with attendance, a myriad of different issues that they've come to us for. And they're not bad. They're great kids, and we love each one of them. And to bring that to the forefront of Expedition Academy, we work tightly with the district in supporting our district mission, Learning for All, and tying that into inspiring excellence every day. And then the district goals of, like I said, improving student achievement, improving our student wellness and safety, and like I just said, improving our communication and collaboration. So, actually, I've never used this. There we go. Nope. So a little bit about who we are. Oh, sorry. We were a slide ahead to start with. There's the first slide. On to slide 2. All right. We serve students who, like I said, have struggled in traditional school settings. They need additional academic and emotional support, and they benefit from the smaller classrooms, the relationship-centered, and the family-centered learning environments of our students. And our staff does a really nice job in making that happen with each one of our students. Our mission is to create a safe, engaging, and empowering environment where every student can succeed. And throughout the years that I've been here, we've had several great success stories. But because of our limited enrollment, we're able to do some of these unique things. Students are known by name. Our staff builds strong relationships with those individual students. The small class sizes, they're very personal. You can't hide in the back of 20, 25 students. You're going to get called on, you're going to get asked a question, and you're going to have to interact with a teacher. And you're going to have to build that relationship in that classroom, which helps them gain confidence. The students feel safe, supported, and valued because they're known. And that makes a big difference. Many of our students, when they've been here for a while, they say, this is the first school where I feel like I belong. I love going to school. And if you notice, I said many. We still have a few students, they come in, and school's just not their thing. They just don't like school. But we get a hook in them enough that they keep coming to school, they finish those credits, and then they move on and they graduate. One of the things we're looking at this year to bring forward to you is a block scheduling. And the block scheduling, we've used it, but we're going to move a little bit for next year's school year to an AM/PM block. And this helps. We have 4 classes per day, so the students go from a 7-period or an 8-period class wherever they've transferred in from, or the high school. Now they only have those 4 classes a day. They have more time to get instruction from the teacher. They have time to ask questions, review those things, and get that homework done, because a lot of our students work and they don't want to spend time doing homework after school. They want to make some money. So they also have an opportunity to do credit recovery, and that's huge for our students because a lot of them are coming in behind in credits. It helps improve our attendance, and it increases student engagement. Like I said earlier, they can't hide from us. Okay? And those students who once struggled, and even though we have a strict attendance policy, they start coming to school because we'll go chase them down. We'll knock on their doors, or Miss Stefan will knock on their doors, or we'll give them a ride with the assistance of Officer Hemphill back to school, because we know how important it is for them to be there to get that instruction. And with that, those struggling students are now earning diplomas. They're opening doors that were not there 6 months, 8 months ago, and they're getting that confidence applying for college, or they're moving on and entering into the workforce. So part of that block scheduling and looking at it for next year, our PLC time this year was on Wednesdays in the afternoons. And we want to move that to Fridays next year to coincide with Green River High School. Not only does it add more instructional time for our teachers in each class period, but it gives us the opportunity to share in those PLCs next year with Green River High School as well and have that collaboration and with staff and hopefully bring those schools together a little bit more and our students together a little bit more. You can always pick up good things, and we love going over and seeing what other people do, whether it's at Green River High School or another school. If you can just pick up one little thing, it's a huge benefit for a teacher. And the keys in the block scheduling, it leads to higher graduation rates. Like I said, the credit recovery helps with that. Along with our Play-Doh courses, we're able to offer students the Play-Doh coursework along with a full load of classes each day so that they can catch up on their credits that they're behind. And we've got some exciting things happening. This year we took on some new ideas through some grant funding. You've probably all heard about the zoo that Mr. Parson has that he'll go through with you a little bit. Our wildlife conservation class, where the students have come in, they tied the flies, they learned how to build their own fly rod, and then we put them in a drift boat this fall, and every one of them caught a fish, or multiple fish, on those fly rods and flies that they tied their own. It was pretty fun to watch, and we're going to continue that. We're a small, close-knit school. The staff mentor students on a daily basis. We have a 30-minute mentoring period where if students have a D or an F, they're required to come in and get that caught up so that they don't get 3 or 4 weeks down the road and now there's no chance to get caught up. That's also a time when they can come in if they want to and just get extra help. Our families are welcomed and involved. Our parent-teacher conference rates have skyrocketed in the last 2 years. We changed it to do it during the middle of our quarters instead of the end. It was kind of one of those dumb questions that why do you do your parent-teacher conferences at the end of the quarter when grades are in and done? It's a good question. So we did it in the middle now. So we have 4 each year, and it's really been a big benefit to our students and our parents. Students they get to build meaningful peer relationships, and the accountability and compassion of our school help work together to get those kids through. So they take great ownership in looking at our school. They call it our school, our home, and our family. And the family part means a lot to me because a lot of those kids are coming in. A lot of them are on their own. We've got several right now that are living on their own in their own apartments, working, doing it all by themselves. And they're coming to school full time, 5 days a week. So it's impressive. And I'll introduce Miss Steffen, who's our school counselor, and she'll talk about a little bit here.
I'm Andrea Steffen, so I am the school counselor at Expedition Academy. I've been there for about 10 years now. One of the big things that we do with our students is community service, and you can see from what we've put on here a lot of things that we participate in annually. We go to the food bank, animal shelter, move furniture for Young at Heart for their craft fair. Citywide, we do a lot of things. The shooting range always needs picked up, and we plan days often every year to do that, and that helps everybody. I mean, we get lots of comments from just people within the city saying it looks great and thank you for doing that, because you want to go up there and shoot and do whatever and have it look nice for everybody. We've done meals with the Fraternal Order of Eagles, service meals. We've also done that with the Red Tie Gala. Just a lot of different things. Mr. Parson has helped us get in with Trout Unlimited, which they just did on Friday, and I heard did a very good job. Muley Fanatic Foundation, always helping with their banquets and their meal deer days as well. In the last 3 years, you can see we've increased the amount of hours that our students have done as an overall. And I can tell you, just looking at the numbers from our students this year, I have one student who, as of right now, has volunteered for 66 hours this year. Just enjoys it, has contributed a lot, and they've really done some great things within the city. Thank you. I get to do the boring stuff. So our accountability trends, we were looking at the state requirements and our expectations as a school, as the alternative school. We did meet expectations in 2021, 22, and 22, 23. We have exceeded expectations for the last 2 years for alternative schools across the state, as well as in 2018 and 2019. Of course, there were those couple of COVID years that were not measured. Our graduation rates have always been high. You can see the 2024, we had 96% of students graduate, which I think is just fantastic. 83% still for a population of our size. If there are 1 or 2 that do not graduate, that takes us down in that 80% range. So I think that's still a pretty good number for anybody. As well, our YTOP scores, in the past year, we have gone up almost 50 points in English, almost 67 points in math, and 213 in science. Those are huge increases. That's an average of every student in our school. It's a testament to all of the teachers and the work that they do and the relationships that they build and how that shows in their testing and in their graduation and in their classwork. Next one's the graduation. And I have 27 years of Expedition Academy because I'm counting this year and starting the very first fall of 1999. In that time, first graduating class being in 2000, and including our students, we'll have 22 of them graduate this year. We have graduated 548 students. All of those who have gone on to be successful in their own way. We do have, like Mr. Overy said, some really great students. Some are successful in that they're living on their own and they're supporting themselves in whatever capacity that may be. Others, I've talked to a couple, one's going to medical school for psychiatry. We've got some that are going into the service. We've got some that go to be teachers. I had 2 parents out in the lobby today. Nice. Or not 2 parents, 2 previous students out in the lobby today that are here with their wrestling kids. So they go on to be successful, and I really think that the environment that they need and the environment that they get with us is a huge contributing factor for them. I'll let you guys talk to the more interesting people now. This is not mine.
So part of our billing, we'll get to Mr. Parson and Mr. Schwartz here. We try and make it, like I said, an engaging and as rigorous as we can make it, with a lot of hands-on and outdoor things that, like we said, hook the kids and get them into our building. So we offer the basic mathematics. We also offer a mountain biking class, which Mr. Trumbull goes out and takes them all over the country, out behind FMC Park and down to the shooting range. These kids will ride 10, 12 miles in that 87 minutes and come back. Our English language arts, social studies, science, our culinary arts, which Miss Kolinsky started with us when we got there, our awesome kitchen. We have a culinary 1, 2, and 3, and now a global foods course, which lets the students be able to hit that Hathaway completer so that they can bump up that Hathaway scholarship as they head out. Our visual arts courses, art, leather tooling, pottery, photography, and 3D art. Our kids are just eating up this leather tooling class. They've made belts and purses and bags and sheaths and all kinds of different things, and they bring them in and just show you how proud they are, and the stamping and the artistry that's going on is just amazing. So, and I'll turn this over to Mr. Parson.
Well, hello. So, yeah, I'm Dan Parson. I'm the head of the Expedition Academy Science Department. I'm the only teacher who teaches science, so it's easy to do. It was a short interview. Yeah, no, my wife warned me, don't get overly excited, Dan. Just tell them what you're doing. So, but I do feel compelled to say this. We are small, but we are mighty. And I have learned in my 3 years at EA to never, ever underestimate the power that a formerly at-risk kid has when you let them graduate and you let them get into the community and contribute. It is powerful. In any case, let me talk about science. Hydroponic stuff. I've tried really hard to build a fully immersive science curriculum where kids are not just learning, not just sort of studying it with paper and pencil and that sort of thing, but really doing science. So the hydroponic stuff that you see on that slide is all, we're testing various variables, fertilizers, and we cross-pollinated some stuff and all kinds of things like that. It's pretty cool. And I let them figure out what they want to test. We've done 14 field trips, or will have done them, all over the state of Wyoming. We've been to the Loveland Aquarium. We've been to the Daniel Fish Hatchery. We did habitat improvement down at Scotts Bottom. We are in the process of doing trout in the classroom, working with the Game and Fish Department. That's been really cool. We also did, my kids had this idea. They wanted to study the deer populations in Green River. Now, the Game and Fish has counted the deer, but they've never done a full population survey, and one of my kids had this cool hypothesis. He's like, I wonder if the town is actually generating the deer that then move out into the desert, because there's no predation here, right? Not really. And so anyway, we're working with them to try to figure that out. And so we've been collecting data on deer. What else? Oh, the burbot population. This is a fantastically gross experience. You go down there and you take all the fish out of the gill nets and all that, and then the Game and Fish came in and we examined stomach contents and all that stuff, and we helped them prove that there literally are 2 strains of lake trout in a Flaming Gorge. That is scientifically proven, and we helped. One grows only to about 26 inches and one grows to trophy proportions. Those of us who fish are pretty interested in all that. We helped prove that. That's going to be published. We were part of that. That's pretty cool. Biodiversity in the classroom, trying to do really immersive things with all the snakes and reptiles and stuff that we have there. When I first got to EA, I found more traditional teaching approaches weren't as engaging for our students as I wanted, and this wasn't planned. I'll be honest, it just sort of evolved, but it's grown into a springboard for instruction. We have animals from every single continent except Antarctica present there that we're able to learn about their ecology and their conservation status and so on. Not to mention the SEL benefit of taking care of those animals. Let's see, what else do I have up here? We've been tying flies. Dr. Cooper actually took that one picture kind of in the middle there. We've been building fly rods, and we're just, again, using that as a springboard to study things like entomology and riparian habitat and the need for conservation and fishing. I have a deep personal passion for fishing, working with Trout Unlimited to get all sorts of donations, and we're working on some potential tracking of fish in the river and looking at their migration using radio telemetry. That would be kind of neat. I think that's going to happen. Took the kids fishing last fall. We're planning to do that again. Pretty neat to see people catch fish, as Mr. Obey said, on rods they built, flies they tied, and they can tell you why that fly is what it is and what it represents. And I've actually got 2 former students from my previous role at the high school who are working in the guiding industry, help those guys get jobs. I'm hoping to open that up more, and I'm not sure if that might fit in with ride or grip, maybe. I need to learn more, but it'd be kind of neat. There's a need for it, trust me. Every time my company I work for has an opening, we can't find anybody. So, one of the cool things. We learned about the ecology of Sinks Canyon, both above ground and underground. We took kids down into the belly of the earth, into the darkness. They had to crawl through tiny little spaces and go down ropes and all kinds of wild stuff. It's pretty adventurous to look at the river that almost no human beings on earth have ever seen. They're looking at it in the darkness there where it flows. Pretty cool spelunking tour. One of my favorite ones, because when they come out of that, you know, nobody's going to ever remember their last day of TV or whatever, right? But they're going to remember the day they crawled around in the cave. That's pretty cool. Let's see. Oh, Washington Elementary came out. My students, I had nothing to do with this. I just kind of got the ball rolling. They broke all those kids up into small groups and taught them lessons on biodiversity, both terrestrial and aquatic. And then we took them to the zoo and took a look at all the animals and stuff there and talked about the ecology of that. My students got to present that. And those of us in education know there's no better way to really learn a thing than to teach it, right? That was pretty cool. That was really fun. And we're working with the city right now to grow, well, we were going to grow drought-resistant crops, but the greenhouse that was planned didn't happen. But to no avail, the city's going to buy drought-resistant crops, and we're going to plant those initially at the, at the rec center. But that's kind of the pilot, and the idea is then to continue planting these drought-resistant landscaping plants around the city, and ultimately we could save the city as much as $500,000 every year. And so that collaboration, I think, has a lot of potential. This is the first year for it. So excited about that. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Schwartz. Thanks.
That's a tough act to follow. I myself do not have a zoo, unless you count my students, which you can. But you'll notice my classroom. My wife, who's been in education close to 30 years, she said, you know, make sure your students know who you are. Well, anyone who's been in my classroom knows exactly who I am and what I'm into. And the students seem to really enjoy that. I'm into a lot of stuff they're into. My wife says she basically married a giant 12-year-old, so it works out perfectly for us. So, yeah, I really like to have an active classroom. Traditionally, English has always been presented as, oh, it's so boring. I hear that a lot when I say I'm an English teacher. Oh, I hated English. It was so boring. And you have to be dynamic. You have to have a room conducive to holding the students' attention, getting them hooked, getting them interested in what you're studying, and then you have to present it in such a way that shows that you have passion for what you're doing. And my room helps me do that. And that's why I have that picture up there. And go 49ers. So, yeah, but you definitely know who I am by looking at that. We read a lot of novels in our literature classes and some in our English 1 and 2 classes. We performed The Crucible, which is a play by Arthur Miller about the Salem witch trials. That was a lot of fun. And that is an excellent tool for getting students who normally don't like to read or struggle reading. You give them a part, and usually I give them a pretty major part, and by the end of that play, they're reading, and they're doing much better. And I've been told this before, you know, Schwartz, I've never once read a book in my entire life until I got in your classroom. And I go, that's really my goal. You might not ever read another book again as long as you live, but you dang sure are going to read some books in my classroom. So I enjoy that very much. We do a lot with the books. We try to have it immersive. I wanted to mention my World Lit and Mythology class read Dracula this past quarter, and Mr. Parson was kind enough to do a little cross-curricular collaboration, and was talking about blood typing coming in, you know, because there's blood transfusions and stuff like that. And he came in and taught my students about blood transfusions, which is a good thing because that was their big final project, and he was a big part in helping them be successful at that. So, yeah, we cover a lot of the classics, we cover some newer stuff, and it's really trying to get students interested. So, these are my kids. And the reason I have them up there is it has to do with family. My wife works out of town quite often, so a lot of times my kids will come to the school and then they go to the bus directly from school. But when they are there, the students treat them like they're their kid. I mean, they'll do my daughter's hair. They play football with Frederick. Frederick likes to come down now. He's got a best friend, Gally the snake, downstairs. Much to my wife's chagrin, now he wants a snake. which I'm all in favor for, but not her so much. But yeah, I put these guys up here because it really is a family-orientated place. It really gives you that feeling of family. And plus, I wanted to show off my werewolf collection because I'm a giant nerd. In this class, this was our American Lit class that was reading The Crucible. You can see on the lower right-hand corner, one of my students, Dixie, was not a big fan of getting her picture taken, but yet we still got it. But that was a lot of fun. They are good kids. Man, I'm telling you. I haven't been teaching for terribly long, but I've had quite a few students come through my classrooms before, and I can't look at one of them and say, boy, that's a bad kid. Doesn't happen. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to do this. This would be my World Lit Mythology class, and this one was a lot of fun. On the lower right, you'll see Grendel battling Beowulf, and the biggest success I have in that class is we read Beowulf, and Beowulf is the hero, and he kills the monster Grendel, who's killing all the townspeople, and he becomes a hero, rich, ends up being king, gets killed by a dragon. You know, the normal stuff. But anyways, what we do is we hold a mock trial, and we put Beowulf on trial for murder. Did he indeed murder Grendel or not? And holy cow, the passion I get from this. The losing side won't talk to me for a week because I'm the judge. But we hold the trial in the media center, and the last trial went on, I don't know, almost over a period of 3 days. They had so much evidence, so much, they dig up cases that, all dating back all the way to Ed Gein and Ted Bundy and all that kind of stuff. And it is really a lot of fun. I enjoy it very much. World Lit Mythology is really my jam, and I'm glad I have those students to work with in it. This one was kind of fun. As you can see, some of my students get a little bit silly, and that's what has to happen. A class that is having fun can also be learning. A class that's bored, they're not learning. So we try to keep it going. In this particular case, we had a contest. We were reading a story called To Build a Fire by Jack London. And in it, a man, over a period of time, ends up freezing to death. So it's a very uplifting story, as you can imagine. But we have a contest. I bring in 2 5-gallon buckets of ice water. One is iced salt water, one is iced fresh water. And I get some thermometers from Mr. Parson, and we see just how much colder the fresh salt water is. Did I say fresh salt water? Wow. The salt water is over the fresh water. And then we have a little contest to see who can submerge their hands the longest. And I got permission to do this, so don't beat me up. But what was really funny is the girls always outlast the boys. They have such a higher pain tolerance, and people don't think that, and that drives the guys nuts. So that makes me happy. Also, every year we have done it, the American Dream Essay Contest, we have had a winner for a region, a first place winner. Every year we end up going to Casper for the statewide American Dream Essay Contest. And while we haven't gotten a winner yet up there, I believe we will this year. The entries I've gotten this year are phenomenal. And they stand to win. You can win two. If you got first place in the 2 categories, it's $10,000. So they can earn some real money. And I'm really proud. All my students do the American Dream Essay Contest. And it's kind of I have an ulterior motive. They write some very personal stuff. And you get to know who those students are. You get to see where they come from. And because of our small population, I'm not reading 120 of them, which I would just maybe kind of, oh yeah, that's good. Oh, good sentence structure, nice grammar, blah, blah, blah. No, I get to read and I get to find out who these kids are. And it's really an asset for me as a teacher. And then this year we did have 2 winners for young authors. One of our students, an 11th grader, she won first place for fiction, so she's going on to state, I believe. And then we had a second place winner for fiction as a senior. And so I was very proud of these guys because they didn't want to enter, but I convinced them to, and it turned out that, you know, hey, it paid off. So we got a lot of exciting things going on. We don't have a lot of spelunking, but that's okay because every day I come home exhausted and happy. And I think that's the whole point of this. I'm also going to talk about Mr. Trumbull, his math, business, ELA, and mountain biking class. You'll notice the picture on the right, and guy might look familiar, giant man on a bike, Mr. Obrey. And is this the one that you decided to eat half the mountain on the bottom? Yeah, and so we didn't get the after picture up there, I noticed, but I wish we had. Now, but I would often do my weight training class alongside when he was doing his mountain biking class. And it was so funny because at the end of the weight training class, you got the kids, oh, I'm tired, I'm sore, shorts, do I have to keep lifting? I'm like, yeah, come on, suck it up, you're fine. And then you'll see Andy's mountain bike kids coming in just red and dripping sweat, and I'm like, see, that's what we want you to do. And so he doesn't go halfway. They go. I, myself, will not ride a mountain bike with Trumbull because he is somewhat psychotic when it comes to mountain biking. So, but he does a heck of a job with the mountain biking class, and they learn how maintenance and how to take care of it because eventually they wreck and then they break something and they fix it and it's all good to go. But he is all over the place. I teach next to Trumbull's class, and I will tell you, there's a reason he's Teacher of the Year. That man can teach math, and he is a huge asset, and I enjoy being next to him because sometimes, Mr. Obrey came in today shaking his head, and he said, math, and I'm like, yeah, no kidding. You know, once they start throwing letters in the equation, I'm lost. But he does a good job, and the amount of time he puts in with students outside of class into lunch break and all that stuff is phenomenal. I mean, he won't leave. If those kids need help, he's going to help them. His business ELA class, that one I'm pretty familiar with. You know, he teaches a lot of life lessons. I mean, taxes and credit cards and budgeting and all that kind of stuff, which I know most teachers do, or all teachers do who teach that. But it's fun to watch him interact with students in a way that is really beneficial to them. They know it's going to be a practical use, and they know they're going to use it in the future. So. Here's some more pictures they take from around the district. As you can see, they get up there and then they go down. Once again, you're not going to catch me dead going down that thing. Or actually, that'd be the only way I'd go down is be in a body bag, so no thank you. But they go hard and they have a blast. It's universally loved. I'm also going to do old Cuthbertson. Kevin Cuthbertson is our social studies teacher. He teaches U.S. History 1 and 2, World History, Senior Government, Economics, Wyoming History, Geography, top stat, chief cook and bottle washer. He does it all. You will notice him coming out of the rocks at Sinks Canyon on the lower right. There is no way in heck they were getting me to go through that thing because I would get stuck. And yeah, no, I'm a little bit afraid of enclosed places. So, but he did it to show the kids that, hey, you can overcome your fears and do anything. And I suppose that means this year I'll have to do it. But yeah, he does a lot of government work, like they make those little models of the White House and the Pentagon and all that, and he explains what goes on in there, and he's very hands-on and very immersive, and he's a big fantasy fan, so he's got like helmets and, you know, play swords and stuff around, stuff that really interests the students. Am I doing buggy? Oh, no, I like food. I can do buggy. Yeah, I will do buggy because I am the I'm the beneficiary of all her hard work. Anytime they make food, they bring it to me. I'm like Mikey. I'll eat anything. The really fun part they did recently was the MRE challenge with the Army National Guard, where they were given MREs, meals ready to eat, And then they created a dish from those. It couldn't be the dish it was. Like if they got chili mac, they couldn't make chili mac. They had to completely disassemble it and reassemble it differently. And I will tell you what, they did an amazing job. Like you wouldn't even believe, the Army National Guard representative said she's like, I can't believe these are MRE meals. They just do a great job. And they're always cooking, they're always putting food in my face, and I'm happy about it. And I should go on a field trip. They went over to, well, my kids call it the Big Red Butt, Sapporo, and worked with the hibachi chefs and that kind of stuff, and almost started the place on fire. So it was really exciting, I understand. But she does an amazing job. She is a great culinary teacher, and she interacts very well with students. It's fun to watch her work. Oh, I do want to say something too. She also does yoga, and that can be a struggle, right? Not anymore. That can be a little bit of a struggle because, you know, some kids, I don't want to do yoga. I'm tired. My back hurts, all that. And she gets them going, and they're namasteing it up. So it's great. Leather tooling. All right, this is by Mr. Levitt. And holy cow, did these guys put together some great products. Like, if you come into EA, first period, I always have to shut my door because it's constant bang, bang, crash, bang, bang, bang. And it's a lot of fun. Those kids are active. They love it. They absolutely love it. And some of the stuff they turn out is phenomenal. It's astounding. Like, I can't believe they did it. You'll see some of the leather tooling they got going here. These are kids who've never done this before, ever. And look at the work they're putting out. And what's great is they'll show it to you, and they're so proud of it. And I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. And they're like, I can't wait to do my next one because you see how I'm a little off on this stamp here? I'm going to improve. And they're already planning their next one out. And that's how you know you're doing a good job, is if you can get kids to plan ahead for the next time. There's just a little more work that they threw. They always seem to make me a keychain. I guess they think I have a lot of keys because I got about 8 of them now. But that's okay. I do enjoy it. And I have a belt they made. I'm wearing it now. So I love it. You can see me with the man bag. For some reason, they thought I'd be a good model for a man bag. I did not get to keep this, though, so I'm very sad about that. But yeah, they really do make some practical stuff and stuff where eventually they could turn into somewhat of a career. Pottery. My classroom is littered with pottery from this class. They enjoy it so much. You get to throw a little clay, you get to beat on a little clay, you get to cut, you get to fire it. It's very, very exciting. And it's fun to watch them from their first attempt, then their final attempt, at how much better they get in a very short time, considering, because pottery's not easy. There's just a few more of their things. You can see the gingerbread houses in the back. Those were done by my kids and his kids, so, you know, not bad for 5th graders and 2nd graders. And the pumpkins, which I really wanted that one in the middle there with the big red eyes because I knew that was creepy and that fit in my room perfectly, but they took it home. The skull cup, enjoyed that very much. Didn't get to keep that one. And he does guitar. And no matter what happens, they never take my requests. I always have requests for music, but they don't take it, and that's okay. But he is teaching kids who have never picked up a guitar before, and by the time they get done, in 9 weeks, they can at least play a song and play it accurately. And it is a lot of fun to watch them because they really, really want to learn how to play guitar. And now they have that opportunity. Lots of smiles, lots of fun. And with that, you've heard me talk enough. Thank you guys very much for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, I forgot if you put a quarter in his shorts, he just keeps going. Thank you. Just kept rolling right along. But just in summary, you can read right there. We just don't educate students. We rebuild confidence, purpose, and hope in students. So I'm honored to be a part of EA and have this wonderful staff that loves and works with these kids every day. And it's great to have them in our building. And thank you for the opportunity that you have given us to have an alternative high school, an alternative setting, in our district for these kids to be successful in. If you have any questions.
I think it's so important with the lifelong activities that you're doing and giving kids an option that they probably don't get at home. So, yeah, thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, great job, and thank you guys for providing the education for them. Okay, we're going to move on to our bid request items. First, we have 8.01, approval of RFP boiler burner at Jackson Building. Logan.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Superintendent Dr. Cooper, members of the board. This is the Jackson boiler burner replacement. We had two bids, Combustion and Control Services out of Salt Lake for $70,580, and Freedom Mechanical out of Castle Rock, Colorado at $148,000. My recommendation is to go with Combustion Control Service, so I would hope you consider approval of request for proposal for the Jackson boiler burner replacement for Combustion Control Services out of Salt Lake for $70,580.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
I'll motion to approve the request for proposal, Jackson boiler burner replacement, combustion and control services out of Salt Lake for $70,580.
Moved by Tom,
Second.
second by Michelle. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, we have the approval of direct solicitation for the lights in the auxiliary gym.
So this is, the auxiliary gym lighting replacement. Again, two bids, Infinity Power Rock Springs at $27,250. JRC Incorporated out of Salt Lake bids $16,500, but they do not do installation, that's only parts. So they didn't really fulfill the bid, the proposal. So we'd like to consider approval for the direct solicitation of the GRHS auxiliary gym lighting replacement for Infinity Power out of Rock Springs for $27,500.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Mandy,
Second?
second by Michelle. Any discussion? It's nice to use someone local also. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay,
Thank you.
next we have,
Thank you, Logan, thanks.
yeah, thank you. Discussion and approval of architects for the CTE project. Dr. Cooper.
Thank you. I'll just go quickly over this. We've been talking a lot about the CTE project down at the high school that we've been working on seems like all school year long. This is more of a discussion and less about an approval tonight, and I'll explain why. Later on tonight, we'll have an executive session. We'll have a longer discussion about the architects who interviewed here with us last month. We're also going to discuss all the nuances in the recalibration bill and how that's going to affect our reserve funds and the ability to use them. So that's going to play into this work as well. So I have some details on that. I've been in conversation with our state representative. I've also been in conversation with our grantors. Our application's moving right along at a quick pace, and things are progressing quicker than we expected. So that's very positive. I'll be able to provide some more information on that in our executive session later on tonight. Just to be fully transparent with everyone who's still here in the audience, I just want to let you know, we're in a situation right now where we have some reserves set aside. We have some funds from a long time ago set aside for these capital projects. We have some major maintenance set aside for the capital projects. We're in a situation where we're also applying for a large grant that could really do some wonderful things for this project if we're awarded the grant, which later this spring, it sounds like could be the award time, which is sooner than expected, which would help us greatly. So we're in this conundrum kind of time space right now in these next couple of months, kind of waiting to see what happens before we dedicate reserve funds or we achieve a grant and we move forward in a certain direction to build. The extent of the scope of the work that we'd like to build would require a lot of funding, so we'd like to achieve that grant. That's the best and first choice. But so we're waiting to see what happens before we make any decisions this spring. That said, I am going to reach out to these architects tomorrow, regardless of what's decided tonight, and provide them with updates and thank them for their time and whether or not decisions are made for tonight. And we'll go forward anticipating the grant being awarded, and then we can really start moving forward once that happens. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, 8.04, approval to go out for RFP for design work to support the Mercer study for transportation and maintenance buildings. Katie Harder.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, Castilian Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Cooper. We are requesting approval to issue a RFP for architectural services to conduct a condition evaluation study of the district's transportation and maintenance facilities. The purpose of this study is to evaluate the current condition, functionality, and remaining useful life of the existing facilities. The selected architectural firm will assess the building systems, and operational spaces, and provide a comprehensive report outlining current conditions, deficiencies, and recommendations for repairs, upgrades, or future improvements. They will also look at our FCI analysis, which is the Facility Condition Index. This evaluation will help the district better understand the current state of the transportation and maintenance facilities and support long-term planning for maintenance, renovation, or potential replacement. Issuing an RFP will allow the district to solicit proposals from qualified architectural firms experienced in facility condition assessments. The selected firm will work with the district administration and staff to review the facilities and provide a detailed report of findings and recommendations. Once this is all completed, based on the information, we can compose a letter to the Wyoming School Facilities Commission, and if approved, they will conduct a Mercer study, which is a most cost-effective remedy. So with your approval, we ask to go out for RFP for a condition evaluation study.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Tom, second by Michelle. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have the approval to go out for RFP for design work for Lincoln Middle School air handler and AC.
I'm back. Good evening, everybody. Yes, we would like to request approval to go out for RFP for design work for the middle school air handler and AC. This is a part of the building that is not air conditioning. It's heavily used. So.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to approve RFP for design work for Lincoln Middle School air handler and AC?
I move to approve the RFP for Lincoln Middle School air handler and AC.
Moved by Tommy.
Second.
Second by Tom. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, approval to go out for RFP for GRHS boiler room, gasket, and valve replacement.
Yes, we would like to request approval to go out for RFP for the boiler room valve and gasket replacement.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Tate.
Second.
Second by Mandy. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have approval to use TIPS contract for the purchase of access control. JR.
Thank you, Madam Chair Castilian, Superintendent Cooper, members of the board. We've been meeting as a facilities committee and kind of going over things that need to be replaced. Obviously, we got a lot of stuff going on. One of the things that came up was our access control, especially with the new policies going in place and issues that we've had with access control and keys and things like that. It's something that's very old. Our current system is over 14 years old and needs to be replaced, basically district-wide. So what we mean by access control is it's all the controllers, the software, and the keypads that run the entryways across the entire district. So similar to what we did with the scoreboard, we would like to utilize the TIPS purchasing contract, which is a national contract. So they basically submit nationwide solicitation for vendors to submit proposals, and they basically pick the lowest price, and they also vet all the vendors. so that we know we're working with a, reputable vendor, which we've had issues in the past. So there's a lot of comfort in knowing that they've all been vetted and that we are getting the guaranteed best price. So, with that, I would like to request approval to utilize the TIPS purchasing contract number 220105 with A&M Advanced Network Management for this proposal not to exceed $286,182.75 to replace all of our access control equipment district-wide.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
I'll motion to approve.
Moved by Tom,
Second.
second by Tate. Any discussion?
I just want to add one quick thing. Katie, can you just confirm this is major maintenance funds, right? This one, yes.
This would be all major maintenance,
And
yes.
everything that was also discussed with Logan tonight too. This is our major maintenance funds. Just so I wanted everyone to know, these are funds separate from like our CTE project can use some major maintenance funds, but not all of our major maintenance funds. We have a lot of funding set aside to keep up our buildings, and that includes the technology piece here that you guys are voting on tonight. So I just wanted to get that in while we still had an audience here.
Yes, one thing I forgot to mention, this would be for 10 years as well. So our representative from the state recommended we get the longest period of licensing and coverage, basically support for all of this. So this is for 10 years. We won't have to touch anything. If anything breaks, it gets replaced. All the licensing is covered in this one-time purchase. So just
And if
for
I
information.
understand it right, this provides us much better control over the buildings. We don't have to issue keys for coaches outside
Exactly, yes.
program.
So for coaches and contractors, we don't need to give them physical keys. We can give them digital access that we can turn off, as need be, and give them access very granularly, as well as student access as well. So for the high school, I know that's been a discussion, and this would give us the ability to do that. So
Perfect. Thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to other business. 9.01, hear presentation on Region 5 BOCES mill funds. Thanks for hanging with us so long tonight.
No problem. Dr. Cooper, Madam Chair, members of the board, thanks for having me here tonight. My name is Dan Mayer. I'm the Executive Director for BOCES 5, to which you are a member. And annually, our board makes a request in February to go out and request mill levy for part of our funding to operate. In your packet, you have those official requests. It's what we provide to all of our districts. In that, we request 2/10 of a mill, and we give many options, including, whatever the district decides to do with that. We provided, so that information is in there. I also provided our monthly update. That is something you're going to see. We changed that. We've been changing a lot of the information that we're providing to give a better context of the programming and some of those other things that we're providing. So you have that new monthly update. And then I'm debuting something new tonight. When I come out to present to you, we're looking at a way to be able to, we have so much information to share, and I just don't have time to share everything that I would like to share to have you make an informed decision to participate in the work that we do. So one thing that we're doing that we've learned from other educational service agencies like ourselves and other states is that they're really talking to their member districts in their state about a return on investment. So the 2/10 mill that you provide, what do you get back with that? What's that return on investment? Now, this is not perfect. This is what I would consider draft, but it's something we're going to develop over the year to be able to say and look, because many districts recruit new members. They talk about adding service, because what we instinctively know, right, the more services you buy, the more leverage we have, the more you're going to stretch that dollar out. And how do we do that strategically is what we're ultimately after, to not get in too much of the weeds. So this dashboard, we built this dashboard to provide some transparency on what you, Sweetwater 2, and our other member districts get for the mill contribution. which yours is 2/10. The bottom line is simple for us. No single school district can afford to build these specialized services or hire these rare behavioral experts that we provide alone. By pooling these resources, Sweetwater 2 gets over 3 times the value back in direct savings to avoid costs and facility access. So under tab 1, which you're already on, you can see that 1 to 6.5 multiplier. So what we estimate for every dollar contributed collectively, there's $6.50 specialized program is generated from that. You can see in there, when you go down, we do serve non-members. Our stretch is pretty vast. And so non-member districts pay standard retail and travel costs, which to a tune of $1.85 million in total. This revenue comes back to subsidize the cooperative overhead, keeping member district costs down. So when we go out and we're working with other districts, we are not giving them the discounts. We're actually doing that to keep your costs low on the programs that we're providing. So we're trying to find that. That was one of the reasons that we wanted to expand, not just to provide better services to our districts, but also to create more revenue to help offset like the major maintenance for our facilities. The 3 tiers of values, if you want to, oh, I can scroll this, that's right. So the 3 tiers of value you can see, tier 1, direct savings, members receive 20% discount on services, 100% waived travel and transportation costs. Tier 2, cost avoidance. Members avoid the cost of hiring local independent, like specialists, and paying out-of-district travel and administration for those out-of-district costs. And then the tier 3 we see is the strategic value. Sweetwater 2 special needs students account for about 14.2% of the region, granting proportional access of the 4.5 million shared infrastructure without using any local bond or anything, by utilizing that local. So the total return, the return on mill investment, to display the exact calculation breakdown for the board, is right in here. All of these, when you get these, because I will submit this and this will be on there, you can learn more about where this data comes from in this dashboard. All right, so there's Equity Lens Small District. I'm going to move on. Boy, my eyes are getting bad as I age. So I think that's the tab I'm going to. Tab 2, Programs and Impact. So don't want to always spend so much time on that revenue side, but the programs and the impact that we have. So this is one, we're just hitting a few things that we have. So Roosevelt Learning Center is a big impact to Green River. We consistently serve around about 5 kids a year, give or take. Those kids change. This year included 3 student graduations. We added a bunch of elective courses, and we are so proud we've had 0 instances of restraint and seclusion in our facility. And that's something we're really striving in all of our facilities. And Roosevelt's really been a model of that, of using a really trauma-based approach to really what we call use that human capital, to really avoid getting into any of these conflictual type of behavioral supports that we sometimes need to get into to keep us and our students safe. And then CBAR V Ranch is the other one, the other big program, I think, that benefits Sweetwater number 2. We have had students, I don't want to give too much detail because our numbers are small and it gives a lot of detail. But, you know, out-of-state tuition, that's something we're really seeing is hard. The specialized program for some of our special needs students is a big concern for our state. We have many students who go out of state to provide that service. We don't have the type of specialized programs. There's very few programs, us being one of them, that can serve some of our highest needs kids. That's something that we're really trying to address, that overall need in our state. However, CBAR V is an option for that, and it provides the residential type of care that districts often need. Let me see what else we have up in here. Cognia accreditation, where all of our programs are Cognia accredited. We're moving on to the next phase of that. It's been very successful. One thing they're really doing is we're showing the impact of our academic scores connected to their length of stay. We don't have that data ready. We're using our infinite campus. We use behavior advantage. And what we know instinctively is that when kids stay with us and they stabilize, we see their academic gains just shoot. It's kind of what Expedition Academy was saying, right? It's when kids are coming in and they feel really stabilized in that good environment, and we can get them, I guess stabilize is the best word. After so many, and we see about 6 to 9 months, we just see academics shoot up in and we want to start showing these benefits that sometimes it's hard to always measure, or we haven't had measures to be able to do, but we're really going to, with this dashboard, start to really show that benefit. CSTAG efforts, that's our threat assessment. I know this district utilizes that. We have written another $2 million grant for a state initiative. We've written another additional $1 million grant to support the CSTAG, continuing on our state. Enough said. We want to help at a state capacity issue. We don't get enough direction, in our opinion, to what we should be doing here locally to keep schools safe on a broad context. Part of that was mapping schools for our first responders, law enforcement, EMT. So when they come in, if you learn about that oftentimes, and I don't want to get into the weeds of that, but it's a true military north, and you remap them, and then everyone has that. So when you get those calls come in, again, not just to police, but to EMTs, they know they can go right to a door. So they're doing some really innovative things, and we've worked with our sheriff association in our state to be able to write that into one of our local grants. All right, some PD, I'll move on from that. Capital, this one is not, we have some capital strategic plans for our campus. The big thing at CBAR-V is the one we're really focused about. We are not using mill funds for that project. We're gonna fundraise that. We're gonna write grants for that. That is all gonna be independently. We're setting up, we're gearing up for us to be able to take that. As we've been looking for grants, for CBAR-V, we found a bunch of grants for other projects that we have. One being that we just notified Sweetwater number 2 about is that we have our new Roosevelt is at Jackson, which you just approved our lease for. Thank you. You guys are great landlords. And so we have a property that the old Roosevelt, which is an old school, been wondering what to do. And so we've been working with our national legislators in Representative Hageman on some grants for the past couple years, and we found one to maybe help us tear down that facility and look at doing something for the future there. A programming grant. We know mental health, suicide prevention, those type of things are big issues. That is very much in our wheelhouse of things. So there's things that we are working on. We didn't get the programming side of the grant in. We weren't able to, but those are the type of things that we're working on. And just to mention, we wrote an earlier grant over Christmas for a facility in Du Bois to meet a need for unaccompanied special ed students that are of transition special ed age, who we see a need that we cannot accept in our campus because they're not needy enough. And then we don't have a place to transition kids to, so we hang on to kids because there's really not a place when they're done with therapy. Where do they go when they don't have a place to go? And their needs might be a bit more. And so again, we're really trying to impact the continuum of services, especially for special ed students in our state and what we're doing. And then the last one is just this leadership, this over the last few years, this July, I'll be starting my 10th year. Can you believe it, Alan? At BOCES 5. And we've done a lot over those 10 years, and we're proud, and this is something we want to put in. And, you know, Green River, Sweetwater 2 has been so supportive of all of our efforts. Outreach, the very first of it, we are moving into outreach. You can see the development of our day schools. We don't have Hayden Peak in there, but that was 2018. We've opened 3 day schools across the state. We're looking at other things. We've written some federal grants to add more programming in. We're doing more professional development. What I have to say is the outreach program really started at Sweetwater number 2 with Dr. Demaray. You know, he's, again, I have to give kudos to him, and when we bring crazy ideas that may have a benefit for long-term for the state, he could maybe look for a short-term gain that might help that, but seeing maybe a long-term vision, and so we've been able to build a great partnership here, but that partnership's expanded into 14 specialists. We're working with university programs to add mental health people in the state, and that really is a credit to Green River, Dr. Demaray just really saying, hey, how can we work this out because we can see this greater impact, and that start has really created a greater impact. We're expanding out to BCBAs, which are board certified behavior analysts, psychologists. We want to get into more speech pathologists and those type of services and more professional development around the state. So with that, I'll stand for questions on anything I've provided and anything I didn't provide that I couldn't put in this dashboard.
Anybody have any questions?
No.
No,
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Dan.
Very vital.
Thank you for all your support as a school district.
Thanks, Dan. It's a pleasure to work with you on the BOCES 5 board. You're 100% invested in helping these kids out, and it shows.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Waiting for it. I just want to make sure I'm free to go.
Thank you. Okay, next we have here a presentation on financial forecast and legislative session. Katie Harder, I'm sure you've been busy.
Yes, I have, but we're going to get more busy. Okay, Madam Chair Castilian, Superintendent Dr. Cooper, and trustees, I am here tonight to provide a budget and legislative update. Here are several key budget considerations we are currently monitoring. Of course, supporting and retaining our employees remains a top priority for us. We are also continuing to monitor inflation and its impact on district operations. Another factor we are watching closely is the decrease in ADM. On the next slide, I have a chart showing where our ADM currently stands. We are also reviewing the impacts of the new school finance bill, which I will discuss more in detail in the following slides. Okay, so as of March 8th, our ADM is 2,161.32. Beginning next fiscal year, the state will use a 2-year rolling average to calculate ADM. This will impact our budget because 2 of our higher enrollment years will fall out of the calculation. Based on current numbers, we are seeing a decrease of 96.66 students, which equals approximately 1.2 million in funding. The new school finance bill limits decreases to no more than 5%. But to get to that 5%, that would mean an additional loss of about 16 students. And we are hopeful that does not occur. This number may still change as we get closer to the end of the year. Health insurance funding will now be reimbursed based on the actual number of employees enrolled using the state model health insurance rates. We are waiting on full guidance from the state, but this will result in a decrease in funding. Special education out-of-district placements will now be reimbursed quarterly, which will help districts by reducing how long we must front these costs. Also, bus purchases will be reimbursed more quickly, with reimbursements expected within 90 days of purchase. In addition, property tax relief bills will continue to impact optional mill levy revenues. Beginning July 1, pre-97 funds will be calculated as part of our reserve balances. This means they will now fall under the same rules governing district reserve limits. There are also new stipulations on transfers of foundation program funds. These funds can no longer be used for capital construction. Because of these changes, I would like to request prior to the April board meeting, if we still have time, with all the rec mill, to review the impacts and discuss options moving forward. A few additional items from the school finance bill include the creation of this instructional silo, which allocates funds to be used at the instructional level only. Funding provided for counselors and nurses with additional work by the legislation in the interim. Also, retirement costs are going to be removed from the block grant, and districts will now be reimbursed monthly for those expenditures. And those are on actual expenditures. I would also like to note that beginning July 1, there will be a 0.5% increase to retirement contributions. So with all of these changes, we are still monitoring and calculating the impact on the district. And I will stand for questions.
Katie, just to clarify, that 0.5 increase, is that on behalf of the district's contribution or the employees? Or yet to be determined in negotiations?
Correct.
The third answer.
The third
Okay,
answer.
gotcha.
At
That's what I
IBN,
thought.
we will discuss that.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Any questions? Thank you, Katie, for all your hard work and as things keep changing, so we appreciate you.
Thanks.
Okay. Mrs. Klinsky, request for discretionary funds for summer leadership camp. Sorry you've had to hang around so long, and to your kids.
I know. Okay. Oh, look at that. Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Cooper. I am Ellie Kuros.
And I am Matsuri Leon. And we are both members of the Green River High School Student Council. We are here today tonight to ask for some assistance in going to the Wyoming State Student Council Summer Leadership Camp this summer. CLC is a camp through the Wyoming Association of Student Council that brings together student council leaders from across Wyoming to develop leadership skills, build connections, and collaborate with other schools.
Dang, that was fast. So the reason that we want to go is we want to attend workshops. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but in the winter we go to something similar. It's called WASC. And I've gone the past 2-3 years, and it has just been so incredibly beneficial. We have learned so many things, and we've really just applied it throughout our community. We talk about Love Local, we talk about the blood drive, we talk about so many different things that you can really just see the effect throughout the community. And so we really want to go to SLC because I think it'll really help us in the same way that WASC helps us. Oops, sorry. Anything else? Yeah, I think that's kind of our spiel. Oh, thank you for your time, and any support is greatly appreciated.
So it is $300 per person, per kid. We're hoping to have 4 kids go. It's July 12th through the 15th. We are hoping that you guys could help potentially with 100 to 150 of that cost for each student, and then we are planning to fundraise to pay for the rest of it. But like Ellie said, any support could be greatly appreciated, and we do know it is kind of late in the year, so if we're just here to ask. So
Well, thank you. Okay. So I believe we do 175. 175 per student, which would be 700. But we also do one sponsor. Are you going with them as well? Or are they going on their own?
They go on their own.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So we would just need a motion to grant the Green River High School Student Council $700 towards this event.
So I'll make a motion to supply $175 per student, a total of $700 for the trip in July.
Moved by Tom, second by Tate. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Good
Thank
luck to you
you.
guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Covey.
All right,
here
the best
we
part of the
are.
meeting, some more policies. So excited. First of all, good evening again, Madam Chair, Dr. Cooper, Superintendent, and Board of Trustees. We are ready to move through some policies this evening, and again, thank you to our Super 8 committee who continually shows up once a month for a pretty late, or about an hour meeting, and we get through a lot of great discussion. I know Mr. Williams has spent time with us over the past few, and we also invited Mrs. Todd to join us as we're kind of moving still with some technology, but also into some transportation policies as well. So they are also here tonight to help with any further questions that you may have. So we're going to start with 9.04 Section E, which is our support staff policies, and we have a third reading of A through J, and at this point, there are no further changes or any minor adjustments made to those policies. So I would appreciate your consideration for third reading for Section E, support staff policies, 9.04 A through J.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Mandy,
Second.
second by Michelle. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, we have 9.05, Section E, support staff policies. These are second reading, A through J.
As we met a few weeks ago, we have two minor adjustments. I would still like to recommend we approve them as the group if the board so moves. But on 9.05C, policy EHAE, password management policy, we had some more discussion centered around the number of characters, and we are asking that we change from 6 to 10 characters, which is just kind of a standard procedure at this point through Mr. Williams' work. And also, there was some discussion centered around emailing passwords, and in many cases, we have staff members that may email out for folks who can reset certain software that they use, and they do send those back through an email. And so we are now asking that we put it into confidential mode, and they will expire within 24 hours so that it is no longer out there to protect that. So that is the minor adjustment on C, and then the next minor adjustment we have is on 9.05G, which is EHBF portable device policies. And we are just making an adjustment to the language centered around instead of logging off, we would like to put that it is that we ensure the device is locked versus shutting it down. It does the same type of experience that we'd want to get that data and that information isn't upfront, but it is a lot easier on the user when they do come back, that they're not having to turn it back on and wait for it to come back. They just click it back on and enter password and move into their system. Those are the two minor adjustments to those two policies. So at this point, I would ask for your consideration for approval of second reading of 9.05 A through J.
I'll motion to approve Section E, support staff policies, 9.05A through J with the considered amendments.
Thank you. Moved by Tom,
Second.
second by Tate. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next, 9.06, consider approval of revision policy DPG, early retirement support staff.
Yes. This is second reading, and again, we have just a couple of minor adjustments to some language in there. One being the title is just Distinguished Retirement Recognition, and then you can see we've just had that title that flowed through the document, and we just made sure that title matched the rest of the document. So you can see that in green where we just adjusted those terms to go with that. I ask for your consideration of approval of 9.06 of revised policy GDPG.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the revision policy GDPG?
I'll motion to approve the revision policy GDPG.
Moved by
Early
Tate.
retire- Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Moving along.
I'm moving this along.
Second.
Second by Mandy. Any discussion?
Yeah, Sorry,
You're good.
I read this and I just was a little confused with I don't think it's going to happen where we'd have, because there's only 100, not to exceed 100,000, right? So if we had 10 people or whatever, just say, or maybe we had 12 and they all did it on the same day, are we going to divide that kitty then?
No. So what'll happen is we're asking this to come in through email. So there'll be a specific timestamp. So even though it's the same day, we'll be able to see, oh, Michelle entered hers at 7 a.m.
I don't like
Yeah.
that.
I think it's probably also pretty rare that we would have 10 people who meet these requirements retire each
And be
year.
certified.
And
That's
be
what,
certified.
if the teachers thought that was fair, I guess. I just thought maybe we should.
This is only the second reading. We can definitely take that back to Super 8 when we meet in a few weeks and have some further discussion. And you're definitely welcome to share that with myself or come talk to me. Or I know Ashley does join us, as well as Dr. Cooper is there also, just to hear a little bit more on that. And we can definitely have some more discussion centered around that, Michelle.
Yeah. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, 9.07, Section E, Support Staff Transportation, New Policies, first reading.
Yeah, so we are going to move into some transportation policies. And our first one is walkers and riders, new policy EEAA. And this is really centered around students that are enrolled in our K-12 system here. And if they're riding outside the city limits and on a publicly owned or maintained road with an established bus route, they may be transported to a school at the district's expense. And it is not the practice of the district to use privately owned or maintained roads for the district of operating scheduled bus routes, but exceptions may be made when the determination of the district impacts student safety, efficiency, and/or effectiveness of the district's operations if they are involved. Consider your, I welcome your approval or consideration of approval, first reading, new policy EEAA.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Tom,
Second.
second by Michelle. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, consider approval of new policy EEAA-R, walkers and riders.
All right, this policy is the purpose of qualifying for students for transportation services that actually reside in the location of the student just prior to departing to school and just subject to leaving school, whether it's their actual home or even their daycare. And we also, this will be used to determine qualifications for student transportation services. Now, right now, we provide transportation for students who live in a certain location. So if a student is in the Truman area and they choose to go to Washington, by their choice, parents do have to transport them unless, and this is where it is in this policy, it is a forced transfer, such as classes are full and they do need to go there. We would provide that transportation, or if it appears on their IEP or individual education plan or a 504 plan, and we would provide specific transportation to that school. Thank you for your consideration of approval of new policy EEAA-R.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the new policy EEAA-R?
So moved.
Moved by Tate.
Second.
Second by Michelle. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next, consider approval of new policy EEAB, bus scheduling and routing.
This is our regular routes and services. Oh, just a second, I'll wait for it to come up. No, thanks, Brooke. That routes will be established only on publicly owned and publicly maintained roads, of course, as board approves those, and that recommendation will always come from our superintendent. And I appreciate your consideration for approval of new policy EEAB.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve new policy EEAB, bus scheduling and routing?
So moved.
Moved by Michelle,
Second.
second by Mandy. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, consider approval of new policy EEACA, bus driver requirements, training, and responsibilities.
I know this is something that has transpired over the past probably 10 years or so in our transportation department, is really that focus on that bus safety piece. And this really puts into policy that some of those aspects of, first of all, we want to make sure our drivers know and obey the law, and they must be healthy, have good hearing and vision, and that they have that commercial driver's license and have passed the physical examination and have completed the district's bus driving training program. And they must also be willing to submit to random drug testing program and attend regularly scheduled bus safety programs as well. And a little bit through this policy, there's some major duties, that 1 through 9, and responsibilities for each of our school bus drivers. And I will tell you, our bus drivers are very much focused in on this, and that is a priority of ensuring that they are getting our students to and from school or activities safely, and they take it very seriously, and we're very fortunate to have the drivers we have.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your consideration for new policy EEACA.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve new policy EEACA, bus driver requirements, training, and responsibilities?
So moved.
Moved by Tate, second by Mandy. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, consider approval of new policy EEACA-R, transportation personnel, drug and alcohol testing.
Yes, the policy overview here really focuses in on the purpose of this policy is to establish those guidelines for mandatory drug and alcohol testing requirements that are established through the Omnibus Transportation Employment Testing Act of 1991 for all district employees that are required to have a CDL. And there is also a piece here that when drivers are hired and have that CDL, there is obviously the pre-testing. There's random testing that occurs, and of course, if there had been an accident or, a situation, that there'd be post-testing as well. I think that was the main highlight for us. And as you go through, you will see on section like 4 and 5, it dives into a little bit more on the alcohol testing as well as the required testing in that policy. Appreciate your consideration for first reading of new policy EEACA-R.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
I move to approve.
Moved by Tommy,
Second.
second by Tom. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, we have Section E, Support Staff Transportation Revised Policies, first reading. Consider approval of revised policy ECD, Traffic and Parking Controls.
So this is where we just have, it's a current policy and have added a little bit more to this. And we talk about that although school grounds are public property, that the board has the responsibility of protecting that school property and assuring that it is safe for all persons on those school grounds. And we have the authority to set up controls centered around the driving and parking on school property. I appreciate your consideration for revised policy first reading ECD.
Thanks. Can I get a motion to approve revised policy ECD?
So moved.
Moved by Mandy,
Second.
second by Tate. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, consider approval of revised policy EEA, Student Transportation Services.
This is, again, this is a revised policy and where we have updated and added some information just centered around that pupil transportation. We know that it's necessary service and very integral part of our total education program. And there's some major objectives centered around those transportation programs. And you will see it is laid out there 1 through 5. And it goes in through that, talks more about the responsibilities and duties of our Board of Trustees, as well as our superintendent, our supervisors, as well as principals, and our bus fleet. Appreciate your consideration for policy revised EEA, first reading.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve revised policy EEA, Student Transportation Services?
I move to approve.
Moved by Tommy,
Second.
second by Tate. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Last one. Consider approval of revised policy EEAC-EEACA, school bus safety program, bus driver examination and training.
So again, this is where we have just added more of the pieces that have been put into our training program in our transportation department. And of course, we know that all individuals must satisfy the requirements to drive a school bus for the transportation of students. And we went on to talk more about the safety and welfare of student riders will be the first consideration in all matters pertaining to any of our transportation, and safety precautions will include the following. And it outlines 1 through 3 on those safety precautions. I appreciate your consideration for revised policy EEAC or EEACA.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Tate, second by Michelle. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I don't know if I mentioned this, but thank you to Christy and our GA representatives as well who come and support these policies. Well, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we will move on to superintendent and board comments. We'll start, Mandy, you can go first today.
With me?
Yeah. I don't know. Last time it was like, oh.
You're really mixing
So I'm
it
just
up.
mixing it up today.
I'll keep it short because I know it's been a long night. Congratulations to our wrestlers, swimmers, Miss Kalinsky for everything she does. I like the idea that they've kept the money local now because there's obviously a lot of need in our districts. So I like that idea. Glad they went there. Good luck to our basketball teams. Speech and debates heading off to state, so I wish them the best. Mr. Heslop, best of luck. Well, we're going to miss you, so thank you for what you did for our district. Tom, I want to give condolences to you and your wife on the passing of her father. A lot of us know that he was a bus driver in this district for many years and with the fire department, so big pillar of our community. So my condolences to you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, Tommy.
It was great to see the athletic teams in here. That corner seemed to fill up pretty quick and the room got noisy. I always like when that happens. Fremont Motors, shout out to them. Awesome thing they do for our district and helping student lunches. Good job to Marissa for the Love Local. I too am a proponent of keeping that local, and what a great support system we've built with that. Expedition, it was good to see all the presentation there, a lot of detail. And I just wanted to, kind of wrap up with saying thanks to all the staff for keeping us in the loop and tracking all the legislative changes. It's difficult to see local control being degraded. I think that is a problem. I don't believe that one size fits all with the districts. I know it's a difficult job for our state legislators. And thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Michelle.
I just wanted to say, going back to the rec board, it's really hard for kids to say there's nothing to do here in Green River, isn't there?
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that. So I just appreciated all the work that was done with the coaches, with the staff. I mean, it's unbelievable to me how much, how many volunteers we have, how many people work over and above, because we know coaches don't, if we went by the hour, they'd get $1 an hour maybe. So I just appreciate that. I appreciate the board that we work with, the superintendent, Katie, all the work that's done. It's just an honor to be part of this district.
Thanks. Tom.
Well, congratulations to Colleen, hanging up her fins after 31 years as a coach. Darren, we're going to miss you.
Yeah.
You've done a great job at Green River High School, and but I understand. So, just following up on a couple of places I got to visit last week or last month, we had a presentation by Harrison about play-based learning, so I went over there a couple of different times. I went over there this afternoon. It's absolutely amazing. They have dice games, card games. They got communication skills. They got an Eagle Lab. I mean, if you have a chance to get over there, the kids are 100% engaged and learning math skills, communication skills at the same time. It's absolutely amazing. I got to take part in Darren Howard's 250-year anniversary celebration. I think they asked me to interview because they figured I'd been around for most of the 250 years. I got to meet R.J. Gunner. What a great kid, a long legacy of Gunter kids that are absolutely amazing. And then I went over and visited Stacia Tyrell at Truman, and she's teamed up with Liz Tolman at our high school welding, and they've created the Veterans Honor Garden. It's absolutely spectacular. It's in a work in progress because it's not finished yet, but what a tribute to our military and incorporating our high school students to take part in that. It's absolutely awesome. Marissa Kalinsky is an absolute rock star. She does so much for this district. I was in Portland just the other day, and I don't know if Love Local is a national thing. I don't know what that is, but I saw a lady carrying a Love Local bag, and I just figured she probably donated money to our student council. I don't know, but and then we won the blood drive. When you think about Green River winning the blood drive, that's a big feat. It's, numbers alone.
Yep.
So, and then, as Mandy said, this hard for me because on Sunday we lost a great guy, Big Al. He drove bus here for over 25 years. He made that McKinnon route when I used to run, well, when I used to walk. I didn't really run up South Hill, but every morning I'd see him making the run out to McKinnon and back. And, you know, there were, kids would argue about how they could get on Big Al's bus, but he was a very reliable driver for over 25 years. And you add that to Rudy Gunner, another bus driver that we lost over the last couple of years. 75 years of experience we lost there somewhere. Tens of thousands of students transported safely. They mentored so many other drivers, and they did all that by logging over 1 million miles. Not exaggerating, over 1 million miles. And we lost a great man on Sunday. We lost another one a year and a half ago or so, but my father-in-law, Al Bushelman, right across the street, spoiled my oldest daughter with toys that we played in this lawn right here. But anyway, we'll miss him. He was a great man, but he's in a better place. So that's all I got.
Okay, Tate.
Okay. Wrestlers and swimming, it's always great to see them. The girls wrestling, it's kind of holds a piece in my heart because I got a couple of them that wrestle, and so to see that program growing with Coach Clayton is amazing. And if you've ever get the opportunity to go to an all-girls wrestling tournament, take earplugs. Because it's louder than any state tournament I've ever been to see the camaraderie and the sport grow, and the girls just, that don't even know each other, that cheer for each other. It's amazing. I don't know, they're just as competitive as the boys, but I don't think they necessarily hold the grudge after the matches. EA Expedition Academy, that stuff up there is just awesome. I'm going to make it a point to go up there and see the zoo and not go spelunking, because that doesn't look very fun. Coach Heslop, congratulations on retirement, but I know you're still going to be involved, so we'll see you around. Enjoy. retirement and taking a little break, but I know you'll be back. You're always busy. Katie, Ashley, thank you guys so much for all the financial stuff and watching the legislation. And it's just, I think we got our hands full with trying to figure out how we're going to fund some things, and the silos are going to be different, but we got a great board and a great department to get through it and figure it out so we can keep being, in my opinion, the greatest school district in Wyoming. New coordinators, you got up and spoke tonight. I think it was your first time. Good job, welcome. Everything I've heard from maintenance and nutrition, you guys are doing great things. Welcome to the team. Tony, I think you weren't here last one, but you got a big shout out. So thank you for everything you're doing. And that's all I got. Do we have to go to executive session, or can we go home and go to bed?
Can't we wait? I think we can skip. Okay, I'll go. Darren, thank you for all your years of service to these kids and the many, many lives that you've touched over all of these years. So we really appreciate you. Thank you to our finance team and to everybody who does a really great job. I also got invited to do the 250 years and had an interview with Clint Kuros, and they asked some hard questions. Like, I went into it thinking, what do I know about American history? But it worked out. Hopefully he has enough information. But thank you to LMS for inviting me in too. And ditto to what everybody else has said. Also, condolences to the Iwan family. We did lose a student she'd graduated, but she was a student of our district. And just a good reminder to everyone that's why we have our Wednesdays, and so just check in on everyone, because you just never quite know what people are going through. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I was sitting here realizing it was about a year ago today. I was sitting right down here being interviewed by the whole world of Green River. Several interview teams came through, and I was reminiscing on that. It's been about exactly a year since I first set foot in this boardroom, so a lot has been accomplished, and it's been a lot of fun, and it continues to be a lot of fun. And that's because we got a great team. We got a great team here at Central Admin, a lot of great individuals right out here tonight. And Darren, thank you. I mean, great principals in this district, including Darren. Big thank you. I start my days talking with Darren and Officer Hemphill. I'm in the front of the high school almost every day, and I enjoy our time starting off the day there, and been great. Thank you. Big shout out over here to Brooke and also JR behind the scenes. They don't get a lot of credit. They do a lot of work to make sure all of this happens as smooth as possible. All these documents, we are live on YouTube or FaceTime or something. We're live somewhere on the internet. I don't even know. But I hear that people see me. I mean, they see us talking online now, so that's great. And that's great for transparency and getting the messaging out there. So I really appreciate that you guys do all that work behind the scenes to get all this ready. So thank you. Wow, we've got a lot going on in this district, a lot of great things for the kids. Lots were mentioned. I don't want to repeat every great thing that was mentioned here, but I do want to point out something that wasn't mentioned is coming up this weekend is state basketball. And we've got some great teams heading to Casper, right? To Casper for state basketball. It's going to be amazing. I'm really proud of these teams. These students are really stepping up, and it has been so fun to watch wrestling and basketball and all the activities, but I've been to every basketball game here in Green River, and it's been a lot of fun to watch them grow and throughout the season. So anyhow, thank you. And yeah, Tate, I think we do want to have an executive session. I can be very fast, but we do have just a couple things to discuss.
Are there Funyuns?
I actually looked today, and there are some snacks in there. I did not see Funyuns right off, so they might be buried.
I'm out.
Well, I do need a motion to move into executive session. We will be doing, we are quarterly going over our superintendent and our board reviews of how we work together too, and then we will be discussing CTE. So.
And the architects and all.
And the architects, yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Can I get a motion to move into executive session?
So moved.
Moved by Tate.
Second.
Seconded by Michelle. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. not really.
Grudgingly.
Begrudgingly.
Hey, this was on the